HPXLOTM, please call me Mr. Error. By author, Hoin_Kyoma. Chapter 371-400. Loki looked in Harry's direction for a few seconds as he thought about what he would do. Should I cut through the jungle? What if there are Crumbs, teammates, waiting in the forest to get a jump on the others? But Harry would have probably been able to handle it if it was just 1 or 2 people there, so there's probably a lot of people there. I guess I should cut through if it'll be an enemy. Their range of vision should be short enough for me to be able to outfight them because they're in my jungle. With his destination set, Loki began to rush through the jungle as he dashed towards the bottom lane from the top side. Quite soon, as Loki ran into his side of the map, his vision cleared and he could see slightly further into the dense and dark jungle that surrounded him. As Loki ran, he became frustrated by his robes. Doesn't this thing make me a target? Why is it so bright and shiny? Walking by the thick dense foliage, Loki spotted several nests of various monsters in the distance but didn't engage with them. Flur is going to fight them, huh? I wonder how she'll get them. Would one be able to kite them to use them to take down the enemy team? I doubt they're stupid enough that they can't jump though. Some of them seem powerful enough to cover any distance from which I can attack in a single jump. But if they're realistic, wouldn't they be more territory? Loki's heart nearly stopped when he found Fleur in the distance as she ran around a tree to kite a large cat. It was the size of a truck. That's a freaking Zuu. The hell did they expect us to defeat that monstrosity? And what is Fleur even doing engaging with it? Did she go in with the mantra of you only live once or something? Just as the large lion-like cat was about to destroy the entire tree by knocking it over with its large strong paws and snapping its jaws around Fleur, Loki appeared between them. Yet the Zuu's eyes followed not Loki, who had suddenly entered its vision, but the large shiny disco ball at the end of his wand. That's it, buddy. Look at this, ain't it interesting? Shimmer jingle shimmer jingle. The Zuu's eyes dilated as Loki thanked Adam in his head. God bless you, old fool. Thanks for making them realistic. Loki's lips trembled as he looked at the world-ending cat in front of him acting like a silly orange cat as he waved his wand and by extension the disco ball on it from left to right slowly. *Ru ww woo. The big cat purred and Loki slowly pulled his hand back before he was going to toss the ball away. Thanks for saving me, Loki. Fleur whispered as she saw Loki distract the Zuu. It was very hard to take down J-Cat. Loki said nothing, partly due to not wanting to disturb the Zuu, but partly also because he was starting to catch on to what was going on. Fleur, she didn't look tired. Not at all. It hasn't been long since she started to fight the Zuu. Which means she came across the cat only after Harry shot up his flare. So she messed with this big guy instead of moving towards Harry. Did she think that I was going to save him anyway? That's when he heard a soft whoosh that alerted him immediately. Fleur's moving so suddenly. Why? Is she scared of the Zuu? No. From the sound that I heard, she's moving towards me. Then she wants to distract me from taming the Zuu. But why? Wasn't she on the blue team? Or is it as I feared and she intentionally used transfiguration to copy our robes? So all this was a trap. Did she think I'd fall for her charm? Single quote. Loki didn't have eyes on the back of his head, but observing his surroundings he was able to quickly determine that Fleur was about to cast a silent spell. How do I escape from this spot? Bagman could apparate, so we can do that. Loki's eyes sharpened and before Fleur could do anything his figure twisted into a point as he apparated away from the spot. The disco ball on his wand dropped and Fleur's spell smashed through it, waking up the Zuu who had until just recently been entranced by it. Loki watched Fleur instantly panic, and since he was a little distance away he was out of her sight while still being able to see her because there was no fog around him from his point of view. Grr! The Zuu growled again. Its teeth showed as it bent low towards Fleur, who was frozen stiff. I'm sorry for that, Loki. It was by mistake. I wanted to take down Zthe Zuu. Not you. Fleur said while keeping her eyes on the angry large cat. Loki only frowned but did not speak. Fleur quickly made distance from the angry Zuwu, and then in a surprising turn of events looked directly at Loki, as if she could see him even though if she was on the other team her vision should have been restricted by a thick fog. She can see me. Help me, Loki. Loki shook his head immediately. I'm sorry, Fleur. I need to go and help Harry. You saw me apparate, right? Just find an opportunity to apparate to our nexus. Loki watched Fleur's eyes widen slightly before she quickly nodded and apparated away to a spot out of Loki's sight with almost no lingering pop. So she was from the red team all along. But how did she see me through the fog in the jungle? An item she got from killing animals on our side. How interesting. Did the selection happen automatically for her? Only 2 champions can be on a team, and since Harry and I chose the blue teams she was automatically assigned to the red one to balance the teams. How clever of her to disguise her robes. Looking at the bright flare light that was still hanging in the sky, Loki began to rush towards the bottom lane once again. As Loki rushed through he spotted several creatures that he could recognize, a demiguise, a Cerberus, a horde of unicorns and an okami. But there aren't any smaller animals. So Fleur did kill them all in such a short amount of time. This really feels like a jungle though. But would any realistic jungle have such unrealistic variety? Arriving at the bottom lane after a few minutes, Loki found Harry battling Crumb along with a few mostly demonic animals. There was a ghoul that kept attempting to engage Harry in a physical fight while Crumb pressured him by casting chain spells. A horde of nogtails, a piglet-like little critter, swarmed around Harry while trying to attack him at the same time and make him lose his footing so that they could enjoy his flesh. As soon as Loki saw it all, he first pointed his wand towards Crumb. Expelliarmus. Loki cast the spell silently, causing a zap of red flash to leave his wand and head towards Crumb. The sound that the spell made as it whizzed towards him warned Crumb of the attack and allowed him to dodge it at just the last second. As soon as Crumb realized that Harry had gotten reinforcements he apparated away. The demons he left behind turned clueless for a second before they all rushed away in different directions without their leader. Loki took note of this behavior for later use. Loki aimed his wand at them, to see what reward he would get for killing them, but paused and turned to Harry instead. You all right, Harry? Loki asked, stepping out of the fog so that Harry could see him. Pretty much. What happened to Fleur? Did she get hurt by one of the animals in the forest? Harry asked, seeing Fleur not arrive. No, she isn't on our team. She tried to trap me and take me down when I was off guard, but I managed to escape just in the nick of time. Not on our team. But the blue robes. She transfigured them to look like ours. I suspect that her team was chosen as soon as we chose ours so that the other team could be balanced. Quote. Harry frowned but then calmly nodded. I understand. Do you know how to apparate, Harry? No, unfortunately not. Isn't that taught in the 5th Y? Okay, then I have another plan for us to follow. Quote. Do tell. I think we can tame any beasts we defeat in the forest, and they will likely be the only ones that can attack a guardian and do some significant damage to it. You want me to hunt down all the animals in our jungle? No. I want you to hunt all the demons in their jungle. Leave the ones in ours to me. I can handle our side. Harry's eyes widened. Isn't that a bit too risky? Loki shook his head with a smile and explained, the plan is to rid them of their forces so that they can't attack our guardian turrets with full force. And by the time they realize you've taken down their biggest and brightest demons, I'll bring the biggest ones we have. Loki's smile was contagious, and once Harry understood Loki's plan and idea, he nodded quickly and was about to begin rushing towards the enemy forest, but Loki's words stopped him. When you see Fleur, make sure you try and team up with her. Make her think that you don't know about her betrayal. Well, unless she attacks you first. Harry nodded and rushed away. I was wondering why Adam wanted to make the animals realistic. If it is what Bagman told us we would be judged about, that's a little clever. It's probably about love. If my suspicions are correct, it was because you can not only win them over by hurting and threatening them but also by loving them. It's probably going to be easier for us to show our love to kind and clever creatures, so Fleur and Crumb have to show courage to love the demonic creatures they've subordinated. How unique. But how do you decide how to grade such a vague concept without upsetting everyone in the audience? And I still feel like there's something missing in all of this. Why would Adam want to tire me and Harry when he's planned to make us fight you-know-who? And how will he take us to Nocturne Alley? Or will you-know-who come here? Will we fight in front of everyone? No, that seems risky. There are too many people for you-know-who to have to deal with here. Above all, Adam is right here, so the fight would turn into a showdown between him and you-know-who instead of you-know-who and Harry. So, Adam plans to send us away to Nocturne Alley. How? A portkey could be a simple solution to the problem. But how will he ensure that I and Harry catch it at the same time? Compulsion. But it has been established that he doesn't like manipulating my fate directly for some reason. Something that I and Harry would like to hold at the same time. An item we might receive after defeating an animal in the jungle. Perhaps an item that we might need to use against Crumb and Fleur by holding it together. But will there be such a powerful item? Fleur's item was likely one which allowed her to expand her range of vision, or something which allowed her to detect any lifeforms in a small radius around her. Which was why she was able to see me through the fog. But will there be a better item than that? An item that would be stronger than a Zuwu? I doubt there's such a thing. If there was such an item, that'd make the game unfair, since there is no guarantee that the other team will have a way to counter the item, turning the game into a lucky draw sort of thing where it becomes a race to gain an overpowered item and use it against the enemy team. No, I doubt the other headmasters and judges would have allowed such a thing to happen. Bagman did say we'd be judged based on love, courage and sacrifice. So it's probably more likely that we'll be judged for being able to tame the animals in our own way, either by coaxing them with treats, or drawing a line using punishments. But then what motive is there for us to gain items from the animals by killing them? How will Adam ensure that Harry and I grab that specific item? Let's say I tame the animals through love, it likely means that the animals in Fleur and Crumb's jungle are the ones that'll drop it an item that Adam wants us to hold together. But how will Adam make sure that I and Harry get it and hold it? No, all this seems a little too convoluted. There has to be something simpler. Loki saw the next wave of minions walking towards the enemy guardian and frowned a little before retreating into the jungle to tame animals that he could use to defeat or even burden Fleur and Crumb. An item that both Harry and I'd want to grab at the same time. Loki's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly hid it away. No way. The trophy. So this competition's rigged. Rigged for Harry and me to win with the same number of points. Loki started picking up speed while running deeper into the jungle. Which animal should I target first to tame it? Can I use my ability to insert thoughts into an animal's mind to tame it? Would Adam notice? Better I don't reveal my abilities for now. Why do I also have this weird feeling like I'm missing something? Like something's about to happen that I wouldn't really like very much. Well, whatever it is, I've prepared to fight against you-know-who. I forgot to give Myone her danger premonition item though. Daphne got one, so she should be safe. It is highly likely that they'll arrive wherever Harry and I are going to be teleported to. Well, if they don't, simply sending up a flare should attract the attention of all the unspeakables in the vicinity. And I need to send Sunny a message to send Laura a notice. I'll do it once we are teleported away. I hope nothing goes wrong. Loki spotted his fingers trembling a little as he rushed through the thick trees of the forest, but he clenched his fist into a tight ball as he calmed himself. First time fighting a saint, at least in a way that he can retaliate. I hope it all goes well and doesn't blow up in my face. If I am able to do everything right, I should be able to stop you-know-who from advancing his sequence once again. And if I'm right, I should be able to advance my sequence to sequence 4 parasite. Wait a second, how did I get my sequence 4 parasite Beander characteristic? I remember, that demon. Wait, what? Rob, how did I someone messin'? I hope Harry's able to do a decent amount of damage by killing the animals in Krum and Flur's jungle. Who do I tame first? I could begin with the Zoowoos since it would help me defend against the other less dangerous animals, and even possibly conquer them. With Loki running around the forest trying to tame the various animals that existed inside them, Harry rushed around the thick fog as he kept his eyes and ears trained for any hint of an attack. His footsteps were soft and didn't rustle the grass underneath him by much. He was holding a small knife in one hand and his wand in the other. This forest is much darker than our own. And the trees feel like they've decayed and become hollow on the inside while the small ponds of water remain still and look like everything in them is dead. After Loki told him that the robe could be transfigured, he transfigured his robe to match the darkness of the forest so that he could camouflage with it better. Eventually, after running for a few minutes, Harry came across a small pack of werewolves, about 20. It'll be hard to hunt them down when they're in groups like that. From what I remember when Professor Snape taught us about them, they lose more control and become more rabid the closer to the full moon they get. Professor Lupin never liked the moon too, even the boggart that transformed into one unsettled him. So I can just transfigure a moon balloon orb and they should try and run away from it to hide and avoid losing control. With a plan in mind, Harry brushed through the trees climbing them noiselessly until he was right above the pack. Then cutting a small branch using Diffindo, Harry quickly tapped it with his wand and caused it to turn into a small pale moon. With the moon made, Harry used Wingardium Leviosa to keep it hovering before he flicked his wand and caused it to crash into the ground with a loud bang. The werewolves were startled by the sudden sound and they all looked at the small dust cloud that was slowly settling down before they saw a shining pale round object at its center. GGRRRRRRRRRR. AAAWWAWWWOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO a strong sense of disarray in the pack. With his stage set up, Harry rushed straight into the horde. He was currently a Sequence 4, and his body was built like a walking tank, except this tank was also nimble and could change directions at will. According to Dumbledore, Harry had already digested his Sequence 5 Guardian potion by protecting the school in years 1 and 2 and when he acted as the Guardian in front of everyone else in the second task. As such, Harry's knife worked too, nimbly with his feet, reap the lives of the werewolves as he weaved through them, without them even realizing that they had been infiltrated. It took 5 werewolves falling down onto the ground for the pack to realize that there was a killer in their midst. But since nearly half had run away, the remaining half were in a state of confusion. Harry didn't need long to make quick work of them. As all the werewolves dropped dead, they shimmered before turning into particles that left behind several artifacts. Harry picked up one of them and poured his spirituality into a small section clearly meant for pouring in spirituality like the other various Zonko's products. Almost instantly, Harry's eyes widened. He felt like he had a new perception attached to his mind. He could see things through the fog even though he couldn't actually see them. There was some lag when he moved his head around, but it was still better than moving around blind. Harry soon noticed that the item he was holding was gradually losing its glow and reasoned that it would soon dissolve after it lost its effectiveness. So it isn't permanent, we probably need to keep killing monsters to collect them. As such, Harry worked through the forest methodically, moving at a quick pace while deciding which monsters to spare and which to defeat since they would be annoying to fight against in a group. Harry even left behind a few giant monsters just to make Crumb and Flur waste time trying to defeat them just so that they'd not be able to spend time on the other smaller monsters to farm for items. But all good things come to an end, as did Harry's run collecting the various items he was getting from killing each creature. Harry had gotten 5 stink bombs, 6 giant fireworks and 3 invisibility cloaks. But he had run out of all items that would allow him to see through the fog. Almost instantly, Harry felt a crackle suddenly whiz by his ears. A spell. Harry dodged a swoop which almost caught him off guard as he ducked just in time to avoid a blow from the ogre in front of him. Looking around himself, Harry found nothing but the strange thick fog, and so he began to run since he immediately figured that someone had cast a spell on him from beyond the fog. They noticed that I ran out of items that allowed me to see through fog. How? The attackers seemed to give up on the stealth after their first spell missed, and so Harry heard quick shouts, "Confringo." The voice was distorted and he couldn't figure out whose it was, but he had a guess. Flur. Harry whipped his own wand and shouted, "Protega," just in time for a massive firebird to clash with it, making it ripple wildly, barely keeping him safe from being cooked alive like a chicken. Harry started using his impressive physique to perform a series of ducks, rolls and jumps while strafing between trees like a madman to keep his attackers from hitting their target. And his attacker was trying their best. Spells seemed to whiz past him continuously, each turning more ominous than the last. Harry only realized that those spells were dangerous when he saw what happened to the trees that came in contact with them. The trees that were struck by the spells started to decay as a deep rotting stench filled the air, like someone had pulled out rotten meat in a fish market. It motivated him to escape his attacker, causing him to run around like a mad dog, using his athletic body to its fullest as he pushed more strength into it and kicked up dirt while using his own wand to shoot out random spells and twist their trajectories in the air to confuse the enemy about where he was. But there was a clear disadvantage in what he was doing. 2 minutes into the chase, Harry realized he was lost. There was fog all around him, and he had absolutely no idea which way to go to find Loki or even his own nexus. At least I was able to get rid of whoever was attacking me. Did you get him? Crumb asked Fleur while he was dealing with a medium-sized Runaspore. No. Unfortunately, I missed him since he'd transfigured his robes into a camouflage. I managed to snag a few Ogiers to help us instead. Crumb had a frown on his face but said nothing. Fleur joined in on the fight and used the ogres that were behind her to subdue the Runaspore and coerce it to join their team. Given that we don't have many creatures on our side, we should launch an attack to keep DM distracted from stamming creatures on Zither end. Fleur said, and Crumb nodded. Which lane do you want to focus on? Let's go to the bottom lane. Okay. You go to the bottom lane. I will bring another monster there to back us up. Okay. Fleur then led a charge of various monsters through the forest. Behind her were 5 different packs of creatures. A group of ogres, nogtails, and murtlaps flanked Fleur, and behind her was a Runaspore, a giant triple-headed snake which was slowly slithering around the trees without making a single sound. While a simple horde of bats hovered and followed them through the trees. But since the others made a lot of noise walking together, Fleur had to use a wide-range silencing charm to keep their attack unexpected and unpredictable. Within moments, Fleur was almost flying through the forest as she made her way towards the bottom lane where Crumb had initiated an attack earlier. As soon as Fleur entered the bottom lane, she began following the alchemical constructs while staying a few feet behind them so that she could see if anyone attacked them when her little troop reached the enemy's guardian turret. Soon the horde arrived at the guardian turret and, "Good." Fleur nodded when she saw that there wasn't anything stopping her since Harry was still in their jungle and Loki was probably recruiting animals for his team. With nothing to stop them, Fleur began attacking the guardian turret with her horde. Since her spells did nothing to affect the turrets, Fleur controlled and directed the horde to attack the turret most efficiently. She made her units scatter around the turret to encircle it as they attacked it, while the little alchemical warriors always stayed the nearest to be targeted first by the turret. And while the turret dished out large flaming fireballs at the attacking horde, Fleur rushed around healing her units so that they'd last a long time and she wouldn't have to regather any more troops. Her efforts were rewarded when a simple health bar showed up above the guardian turret and it started to drop down in chunks from the hits of each ogre while it slowly ticked down due to the poisonous damage the Runaspore's 3 heads did. But Fleur was starting to get a little worried. Where's Crumb? Why is no one checking up on this lane? Why is it so silent? But with no sparks going up, Fleur focused on keeping her units alive to damage as much of the guardian turret as she could. And just as the health bar dropped to half of the guardian turret, Fleur suddenly heard a loud fantastical explosion. B boom mm. Her eyes were directed towards the sound, the sky, and her pupils shrank when she saw the large red sparks dancing in the sky, glaringly obvious even through the fog. So they'd begun attacking too. Fleur reasoned. With the Guardian Tower at half health, Fleur found it unnecessary to move her units away from the tower, so she rushed towards the top lane on her own after healing her units to full health. They might not last the whole way through to the Nexus if someone interferes, but they'll probably be enough to take down this Guardian Tower at least. A few minutes earlier, looking around at the assortment of small beasts he had collected, Crumb was quite happy since although they couldn't be used to destroy a Guardian turret since they were too weak, they would serve as excellent distractors for any of the enemy creatures that might come to attack their towers. Just as he was about to turn around and rush through the jungles to go and support Fleur on the bottom lane by using his creatures to defend her, he heard a sharp bang from the upper lane which he was close to. Crumb looked in that direction for a few seconds and heard the same bang again. That was when he realized that someone was attacking his Guardian turret in the top lane. Crumb thought about it for a few seconds and coldly decided to abandon his own turret in favor of mounting a heavy and quick attack on the bottom lane. This decision wasn't a panicked one since it had been about 15 minutes since Fleur had left for the bottom lane. Factoring in 5 minutes to go to the Guardian turret, 10 minutes was plenty of time for her to have lowered its health since clearly, their opponent had abandoned defense in favor of attacking them too. Just as Crumb was about to run through the forest however, he heard a twig snap before a sharp swish forced him to dodge the attack by rolling on the forest floor as he looked at his attacker. Crumb stood up and looked at his attacker. Harry Potter. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go, Captain's orders. With a soft smile, Harry started his attack once again as bangs resounded in their background. Crumb instantly put up a shield to keep himself safe from Harry's attacks while directing his little demons to attack him. The horde of little demons, made up of red caps, rams and snallygasters rushed towards Harry except Harry appeared completely calm as he stood there without doing a thing. Crumb's brows furrowed as he quickly scanned around Harry to understand what gave him the confidence to retaliate or guard himself, a card he hadn't revealed yet but was the source of his confidence. That's when his eyes widened with fear. Hovering above Harry's shoulders were a pair of blue eyes. It seemed like Harry had used the invisibility cloaks he had gotten to hide his own troops. Grr! Those damn cats! Crumb screamed like a little girl inside his mind. A low growl later, Crumb spotted several pairs of eyes in the dark among the canopy of the trees. For a few seconds, Crumb froze as his body trembled with worry and fear, but then he dragged courage out of his gut and pointed his wand towards the sky. Harry retaliated by launching a series of spells to prevent Crumb from revealing their position and asking for help. Forced to defend against Harry's chain of heavy spells, Crumb dodged once again as he sprinted into the forest. Too bad for him though, the Matagots followed his every move with their beady eyes. With Crumb being chased around in the forest, Harry took his sweet time getting rid of the smaller demons that Crumb had collected before everyone was alerted first by Crumb's shout for help in the form of a large red flare, but soon after 2 notifications appeared at once in front of everyone. A transparent shimmering screen like before appeared in front of everyone with fancy words on it. Congratulations to Team Red for being the first to destroy a Guardian turret. As a reward for this achievement, your beasts are now twice as strong and hit twice as hard once tamed. Harry's eyes widened at the statement. Neither he nor Loki had guessed something like this would happen. Very soon however they saw a new notification. Congratulations to Team Blue for being the second to destroy a Guardian turret. As a reward for this achievement, you beasts are now twice as strong once tamed. Although this wasn't as good as the red team's reward since their beasts would also hit harder, while Team Blue's beasts would only have a little more health, they were forced to accept it. Harry nodded and rushed towards the Nexus so that he could defend the various enemies that were most likely still moving towards it after they had destroyed the Guardian turret. To his surprise, however, when Harry reached the bottom lane after first checking on the middle lane, he found no creatures there. He quickly reached the Nexus and became happy when he saw Loki there sitting on his tamed Zuwu. These guys are good at jumping around. He reached the bottom lane in 2 jumps from the top lane. Loki explained, patting the large cat while it tried slapping the disco ball in between its paws. What do we do now? Harry asked quickly. Now that we both have a lane free to attack each other's nexus, it will become a race to see who'll gather more troops quicker and reach the nexus first. Or at least that is how it would have been if Team Red didn't get that sudden boost. What now then? They'll need much less time than us to gather their monsters, since they need only half the number to create the same attack as us. And in the time they mount their first attack, one of them will likely stay back to bring a second wave of monsters, so that as soon as our defending pets die they'll try to use that opportunity to break through. Harry nodded, since he had followed along until then. I have a simple plan, Loki said with a smile. What do you need me to do? I need you to keep them distracted after you have a few more tamed animals. Once you keep them distracted for a while, I will. Fleur and Crumb at the same time formulated their own plan after they defeated the creatures that Loki had left behind to march towards the Nexus. I'm sure Z'll have to spend more focus on defending their territory now, that we have monsters that are twice as strong as theirs, since Z will be slower than us if they go full attack mode. Fleur said. So you want to attack them faster so that we can send multiple waves of enemies at them? Crumb asked with a knowing smile. Fleur nodded, and then they both took off from their spots, rushing into the forest to tame more creatures. Meanwhile, Harry and the audience were getting excited, since they had all heard exactly what Loki's plan was. A few in the audience, however, voiced their dissent. How is that fair? The Zuu can jump so far so easily. That promises that Team Blue is going to win for sure. Are you a fool? Of course, it is well balanced. Team Red has creatures that can break through Team Blue's defenses much easier. Especially that Runaspore. Simply leaving one of them at the Nexus will give them enough time to attack and defeat Team Blue. It's not even the Runaspore that's too strong. They even have a Queen Vampire Mosp that can simply fly over the entire jungle to attack the Nexus. It's their fault for not taming it till now. With both teams finalizing their plans, they set into motion gathering all the creatures they could. Loki and Harry worked on one side of the map while Crumb and Fleur worked on the other, each team turning their entire attention towards their jungles. Unfortunately for Fleur and Crumb, Harry had just recently finished killing their creatures, so they had to wait a little to get them to respawn again. On the bright side, this forced them to discover other creatures like the Queen Vampire Mosp, which could fly directly to the Nexus, but on the bad side, they had to create new tactics to hunt these creatures. Time ticked by as both sides gathered their pets' monsters, rushing to expend all effort they could to try and be faster than their enemies to execute their plans. Loki gave Harry all the pets he'd gathered except the Zuu and asked him to directly defend the Nexus, while Fleur gave Crumb all the monsters except the Queen Vampire Mosp, which surprised Crumb. I have a plan for it, Fleur explained quickly in a low voice, as if she was afraid that the fog around them had ears. Both Fleur and Loki mounted their respective creatures and began to follow Harry and Crumb as they marched down the bottom lane along with the various alchemical constructs wearing their respective team colors. As soon as they reached the center point where the ruins of the destroyed Guardian turret lay, Crumb and Harry faced each other while their pets' monsters and alchemical constructs faced each other. There was silent acknowledgement for a second before all hell broke loose between the two sides. The alchemical constructs were the first to lunge at each other, sending various spells at each other, while the ones with melee weapons fought like barbarians. Harry and Crumb almost simultaneously shot spells from their wands. Crumb cast a simple Protega, since all he needed to do was buy time for Fleur, while Harry went with Bombarda Maxima to sell the effect that he was desperate to defeat Crumb because they were currently stronger than them. Seeing their teammates fighting well, Fleur took to the air while Loki patted his Zuu to get ready to jump over to the Nexus. The big cat gave its butt a little wiggle while the queen bee sharpened its stinger. And then in a sudden poof, both left their positions on the ground and rose into the air. As Fleur and Loki passed through the rushing winds while defending themselves from the fog that was going to encapsulate their visions soon, they froze as they locked gazes with each other in the air. Holy Merlin of God! A flying creature! How's that fair? Loki cursed as he spotted Fleur flying right towards him. Did they seriously tame that big cat? And it can jump so far. How's that fair? Fleur cursed when she saw the Wumpus cat cover nearly half the distance in moments. Loki quickly directed the Zuu under him to grab onto the Queen Vampire Mosp. Being the first to react, Loki quickly gained the upper hand as the Zuu grabbed the enemy with its claws. But the strength of the Queen Vampire Mosp wasn't to be underestimated. As soon as it felt the claws of the Zuu sling into its chitin armor, it started fluttering its wings with enough force that the fog around both the participants cleared, and almost immediately it twirled the Zuu around, causing it to rather painfully land head first into the forestry ground. Loki and Fleur were thrown off their mounted creatures as they smashed into trees and rolled onto the muddy forest floor. Being an experienced assassin, Fleur instantly pushed herself off the floor, which Loki mimicked not long after, a move he'd learned from Cedric and County when he trained with them in dueling. But the small difference in time was enough for Fleur to cast the most practical spell she could think of at that moment, Langlock. The spell struck Loki's chest, and as soon as he stood up he found his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Now this would have been a simple fix normally, since all it needed was a simple finite incantatum, but right now, Fleur was already sending multiple chains of colorful spells right at his head. Loki ducked towards the floor and jumped behind a tree to save himself. He then quickly pointed the wand at his mouth and flicked it. Just as Loki did that, he found the Zuu screaming in pain. Peeking from beside the tree, Loki saw that the Queen Vampire Mosp's long sharp sting had pierced into the Zuu's stomach, and Fleur was already rushing towards it so that they could fly away and secure their victory. Since the Zuu was neutralized, at least it wouldn't be able to move very much for now. But Loki didn't sit still. As soon as he saw the Queen Vampire Mosp attack the Zuu, he flicked his wand and with a fully powered spell shouted, "Velox Acus." A thick bolt of wind, lighting and ice left Loki's wand. It was no longer a simple needle. What left Loki's wand looked more like a pillar of pure might and destruction. Fleur saw it and barely managed to halt her steps before she flicked her wand at the forest floor. The dirt rose up and quickly formed multiple walls. There were nearly 20 walls rising up to stop the oncoming onslaught, but Fleur had undercredited the power of Loki's spell. The spell tore a hole straight through the dirt wall, exploding it into a shower of dirt and stone that flew everywhere, yet there was a slight smile on Fleur's face. It missed. The powerful spell was an elemental spell and hence couldn't be blocked by a simple finite incantatum, so Fleur was happy with simply diverting the spell so that it wouldn't hit her or her ride to the Nexus. But unfortunately for her, the Zuu easily understood what was happening around it and in its dying breaths chose to support Loki by using the sharp claws that had pierced through the chitin of the monster in front of it and lifting it up until it was in the path of the scary spell. The spell clashed with the chitin of the Vampire Mosp and for a moment it felt like none would give, but almost in the same moment, the chitin gave way to a small crack that suddenly grew to become a big hole that passed from one side of the body of the Queen Vampire Mosp to the other. Fleur panicked when she saw the state of her ride, but this allowed Loki to send another spell her way. This was the same spell but without the same power as the one used to deal with the monster it just took down. Even so, Fleur didn't skim out on protecting herself and instead of facing the spell head-on, she dodged to the side to protect herself from being hit. Now that both Fleur and Loki were hiding behind trees in the forest, they took a deep breath to calm themselves. "What will you do now, little loser? Or should I call you little ass?" Loki taunted. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, both Harry and Crumb started to get nervous as their pets' creatures started dying with neither Fleur nor Loki in sight. Both understood that something had gone wrong in their plan, but both couldn't move from their place since doing so could possibly mean giving up their Nexus. Even though Harry would have to move to the top lane, which would take some more time, Crumb wasn't sure if Loki had won against Fleur or not. And since he was blind about the outcome of their confrontation, he stayed with Harry, making sure that at least the person in front of him was accounted for. Harry's assault doubled down and Crumb was forced to expend even more spirituality to defend himself. But in the process of forcing him to protect himself, Harry also attacked the various monsters to help his own pets. As such, Harry was bleeding spirituality at an alarming rate, almost as if he had lost his brain. This put pressure on Crumb that he hadn't planned for, and he started to slowly become nervous. The worst part for both parties was the sudden announcement that showed up on screens in front of them. Poisonous fog will now evolve into poisonous rain due to the continuous updraft from the players, which has pushed them to form clouds which will bring calamitous rain. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author Hoin_Kyoma by link in description. Flur cursed as the first drops of toxic rain fell on her hands and burnt a layer of her skin. Loki quickly formed the Protega charm and shielded his upper body. How troublesome. But Loki didn't let it get to him. Instead, his mind raced to form a better plan. If I can hold her back for long enough that Harry can go into their jungle and kill the Queen Vampire Mosp once it respawns, I should be able to tame the Zuu and we could still win. But I doubt Harry will abandon the bottom lane to find and kill the Queen Vampire Mosp, especially when Crumb is still in the game. Loki frowned as he tried to think of a better plan, but the only thing he could think of was a simple and straightforward plan. If I can take down Fleur, we'll be able to get an advantage, but taking her down won't be so easy. Not like I'm one to shy away from a difficult task though. Still, I need to make sure I have enough spirituality to be able to execute my plan, for you know who later on. I have spirituality bags to use just in case, but with his plan scripted out in his mind, Loki peeked out from behind the tree to look for Fleur. But he couldn't find her. Moving out of his hiding spot, Loki looked around the area for Fleur, but the result remained the same. No way. She gave up fighting against me and went to capture more monsters to help Crumb instead. Loki frowned, but he didn't move. If she's going to bring another wave of monsters to help Crumb, she expects me to defend against them by bringing more pets. I have an idea that takes advantage of a loophole in her plan, but I don't know if it will work. Loki rushed into the jungle to gather his own pets. As he did so, he directed one of the pets, a small group of 3 garden gnomes, to move along with the alchemical minions on the top lane. The plan was simple. Loki wanted to keep all the focus and attention on the bottom lane, while sending smaller animals into the top lane where he had destroyed the guardian turret so that those creatures could destroy the Nexus, albeit slowly. Arriving at the bottom lane to support Harry with his pets, Loki started to help Harry fight Crumb a little. Loki didn't pressure Crumb too much since he was already down to a third of his spirituality after taming so many pets. And he also didn't want his opponents to return to the Nexus under pressure, because he hoped that the small group of garden gnomes he had sent to the top lane were enough to begin destroying the Nexus bit by bit. The alchemical minions that spawned naturally were going to take the aggro of the enemy's alchemical minions so that gnomes could proceed to the Nexus unimpeded. The entire play was a balancing act. Loki kept dipping into the forest to bring back small animals to counter Crumb, while also sending a few animals into the top lane as he did so. And whenever he arrived in the bottom lane, he attacked Crumb along with Harry while pretending like he was doing his best to take Crumb down so that Fleur would be the only obstacle to their victory. And just as the entire thing started to get a little boring and repetitive, Fleur arrived with her monsters not long after. This only reduced the burden on Loki, since he no longer had to act like he was trying hard to fight Crumb when in reality he was just lazily flinging spells at Crumb's shield. Now he actually had to keep the animals that Fleur had brought along with her at bay. Especially since Loki had to be careful throughout the entire battle, since the toxic rain would attack him if he didn't have a shield up. He would aim spells at Fleur and Crumb whenever he saw them trying to press for advantage in the clash, and if they'd try and retreat to bring in more monsters, he'd freely let them leave while doing the same thing with Harry to get in more of their own pets. Something this boring would have bored the audience to death, since no one was doing anything exciting like before. There were no big animals or monsters that were fighting, and there were no exciting duels taking place which would get their blood pumping. Fleur and Crumb waited and gave themselves rest by falling into Loki's lazy pace, since they assumed he was waiting for the Zuu to respawn like they were waiting for the Queen Vampire Mosp. They didn't find his relaxing stance anything special and didn't expect it to be hiding the secret the audience knew about. But the audience was on the edge of their seats, since each time Loki went into the forest to look for more pets, he started sending a few of them directly towards the nexus with the alchemical minions. Nothing big and noticeable that might have attracted Flur's attention, but small creatures like gnomes and jackalopes that were easy to miss and hard to spot through the dense foliage of the jungles. Whenever they'd encounter the enemy alchemical minions, they'd attack and destroy them, while Team Blue's own alchemical minions freely walked to the nexus unimpeded and started chipping away at its health bar or vice versa. "Are you watching this, everyone?" Bagman shouted to the audience, who cheered loudly as they saw another wave of alchemical minions and creatures arrive at Team Red's nexus. It seems like Team Blue's Loki has developed the perfect strategy by finding a loophole in Team Red's defenses. What do you think? Will Team Blue win this game, or will Team Red clinch victory at the last minute? That was when everyone saw the Queen Vampire Mosp and the Zuu respawn in their jungles. It caused an even more outrageous roar among the audience. Team Red's Flur is moving towards the Queen Vampire Mosp. And are you seeing this? Team Blue's Loki has rushed into his jungle towards the Zuu. Is it time for the final clash of this game? In the forest, Loki was quick to tame the Zuu as he attracted it the same way he did earlier, by giving the big cat a ball of disco yarn. But since the new Zuu was a little enamored by the ball of yarn, it almost neglected Loki's orders. Fortunately, nothing too drastic happened, since as soon as the Queen Vampire Mosp flew right above their heads, the Zuu jumped up and snatched its enemy from the air in its mouth before crashing down into the ground. Loki looked around for Flur, but not finding her, he frowned. Where did she go? Loki was suddenly thrown off the Zuu with a jerk as it flicked him away into solid ground. Loki balanced himself quickly and drew in cold air when he spotted what had just happened. The Zuu had to turn abruptly to block the fangs of the Runespore that had appeared at the scene along with Flur. The Queen Vampire Mosp was just a distraction, while the Runespore was what Flur had bet on to attack and take on the Zuu. Loki instantly grasped the key of Flur's plan and flicked his wand. Tisk. I wanted to save at least a third of my spirituality for any unexpected situations that might pop up with you-know-who. But I don't think I can delay this without expending at least a fifth of my remaining spirituality. Well, whatever, this just makes it easier for me. Loki's eyes locked with Flur's and they both rushed in headfirst with their creatures. Loki jumped on the Zuu's back and began handling the two giant creatures that Flur was controlling. Whenever the Zuu paid too much attention to the Runespore, the Queen Vampire Mosp would try and sting it and fly away, while whenever the Zuu would try to grab the Queen Mosp, the Runespore would try and drive its fangs into the Zuu's neck. I don't think Flur understands that by bringing in two creatures so that I wouldn't go for a kamikaze attempt at their nexus, she's enabled me to hide my intentions better. While she thinks that she's pressuring me by trying to break past me with two creatures so that she can damage Team Blue's nexus before I can do anything to Team Red's nexus, she's failed to take into account that I've already sent several troops towards her nexus. How arrogant. Now all I need to do is hold her back, and after a while, I can probably also try a kamikaze attempt when the Zuu is low on health, because I'm afraid that after the Zuu dies I won't have any method to stop her. She thinks I'll be grasping at straws. How nice, everything's going according to plan. Loki ducked low as Flur fired a composite spell chain aimed at throwing him away from the Zuu instead of hurting him directly, since once the Zuu went down, Loki wouldn't have any means to retaliate. Flur was timing her spells while hiding behind the large body of the Queen Vampire Mosp as she remained stuck to the Runespore's head with a simple sticking charm. Just give up. You can't win this time, Loki. Flur taunted while Loki barely balanced on the Zuu that was jumping around to dodge the Runespore's fangs and the Queen Vampire Mosp's stinger. Do you really think I'll give up? After all we've been together. I mean, do you really think I'll allow you to change your nickname from ass or loser to something else? Flur's brows twitched, and in retaliation, she sent over elemental spells that Loki had to counter by strengthening his Protega shield. This isn't going to work, it doesn't seem desperate enough, she'll catch on if I keep delaying things like this. But how can I make her more tense? Is it time to go on a kamikaze attempt? This is going to hurt. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Loki opened his eyes and entered a state of sharp focus. With his spirituality primed, Loki began his assault. Flipendo. Loki started small with the knockback jinx, which wouldn't send Flur flying if she blocked it with her Protega shield, but it would still cause her arms fatigue from absorbing the large force it would deliver. Flur blocked it with the Protega spell and tanked the force transmitted to her arms. Her special physique kept her from feeling the pain, but her eyes narrowed when she noticed the force behind the spell. So it has begun. He's going to try to defeat me one last time. Vous pouvez le faire. Flur. You can do it. Flur. Confringos defendo. A large blade of fire erupted out of Loki's wand and tore through the air, shocking Flur and even many who were watching the fight between them as it rushed straight at the Queen Vampire Mosp. Flur almost panicked but managed to hold steady by biting her lips until they bled. And then with a flick of her wand she cast her spell. Aqua Eructo. A sharp jet of water poured out of Flur's wand and clashed with the fiery blade that was heading towards the Queen Vampire Mosp. The water sizzled and instantly turned into steam, further reducing the visibility in the foggy area. Everyone thought that was going to be the end of it, but Loki had never aimed to just harm the Queen Vampire Mosp in the first place. As such, the rest of the fiery blade that Flur failed to disperse managed to set fire to the trees around them. The fog turned thick with smoke as it diffused the fiery light from the trees, but this didn't hinder their vision. Both Flur and Loki activated the fog see-through items they had gained from hunting creatures, to see each other better. He made more fog. Is he giving up and wants to run away? Flur reasoned as she tried to understand if what had happened was intentional or a fluke. But Loki wasn't done just yet. He didn't want to give Flur any time to think. With a flick of his wand, Flur suddenly felt the air around her darken. It seemed as if the shadows that danced about in the area from the sputtering flames of the trees had started to rise under Loki's command. It looked like the world was being engulfed in the maws of a corrupted beast. Flur quickly realized Loki was using the shadow control spell he'd used in the second task and quickly flicked her wand with a simple spell. Lumos Maxima. Almost instantly the entire fog was lit up with a bright light that dispelled all the shadows, yet Loki's happiness didn't falter, instead it only grew larger. With Flur blinded temporarily, Loki immediately gave the Zuu the go-ahead to attack the Queen Vampire Mosp and the Runespore based on its strong sense of smell. Grr. Flur realized a second too late that she wasn't the target of Loki's aggression but the monsters she'd tamed. But it was already too late to save the Runespore that was going to be chewed down by the Zuu. Tisk. Making the best of the situation, Flur instantly commanded the Runespore to use its last strength to wrap around the Zuu so that the Queen Vampire Mosp could sting the Zuu directly in its head. But Zeahus is fine. At least he can. Flur's thoughts froze in her mind as she looked at Loki aiming a spell right at the head of the Queen Vampire Mosp. Her mind was filled with a dreadful proposition as she saw Loki's wand flickering with spirituality before a thick whistling slice formed at its end. Argentum Velox Ferrum. Just in the nick of time, Flur commanded the Queen Mosp to dodge the attack that it couldn't see or sense because of the thick fog all around them. And due to the sudden command, the Queen Mosp was only able to dodge a portion of the wide whirling slice, causing it to pay the price by allowing the spell to rip apart one of its delicate insect wings in half. But the Queen Mosp managed to stay in the air somehow, all while shooting its stinger into the Zuu's head. With the Zuu dead and Loki panting at the other end, Flur stood panting herself. The last-ditch effort which Loki used to go at her had caused her to feel spent and a little afraid. She was worried that Loki had some last trick up his sleeve to kick up a fuss again, so she continued to watch him using her fog see-through item. The Queen Mosp struggled to remain in air and tried its best to obey Flur's commands. Flur glanced at Loki before fixing her posture on the Queen Mosp as she spoke a few parting words. It was a good fight. Flur said, but I win this time and I will give you the name Thief. Flur thought Loki was depressed to have lost to her like she was when she lost to him, and so she didn't feel unhappy when she didn't find Loki grumbling or arguing with her like he usually did. But as she left, she did catch the words, "Too late," leave his lips. True. You are too late to be able to do anything. I hope you give up. Fleur said, and with that, she flew on her mount towards Team Blue's nexus, slowly with the help of the Queen Vampire Mosp that was bobbing in the air, doing its best to stay afloat. Harry and Krumm's fight had ended too, with Krumm finally outlasting Harry since all he had to do was strengthen his Protega shield while Harry had to launch continuous attacks. Harry was spent and worried since the large noises from Fleur and Loki's fight had stopped echoing through the forest. He had seen the sudden flames that arose in the forest, but he didn't know who had cast them, so he remained worried. "Give up. You lose," Krumm said, seeing Harry panting while he himself panted because of the amount of spirituality he had to expend to protect himself. Finally, Fleur reached Team Blue's nexus on the back of the stumbling and bumbling Queen Vampire Mosp, which started to attack the nexus with her legs since she no longer had a stinger. It was a slow process, but Fleur could see the small damage mounting up and reducing the health bar on the nexus. About 15 minutes is all it should take to break Jane Echoes. But the next thing everyone saw in front of them caused them to freeze. A notification like any other popped up in front of everyone, soundlessly and clearly. Yet its contents left everyone on the field frozen and shocked. Well, everyone except Loki, who predicted it all to happen eventually. Congratulations to Team Blue for breaking Team Red's nexus first. Team Blue wins. Fleur's mouth hung loose as she looked at the nexus in front of her, which was down to half its health. She didn't understand what had just happened. How did he do it? I made sure to kill his Zulu. Did he have another creature like me? The Queen Vampire Mosp had frozen midair and Fleur couldn't bring herself to believe that she had lost. But in front of her very own eyes, the Queen Vampire Mosp was slowly disintegrating and vanishing, along with the nexus in front of her and the various trees, plants, the fog and the poisonous rain that was battering her. Harry was ecstatic while Krumm was disappointed. The transformation of the Quidditch pitch surrounding them had slowly started to vanish, leaving them all in the center of a large stadium that was excitedly clapping and cheering for its champions. Each champion could hear their names from the audience, some in support and consolation, while others in excitement and happiness. But to each of them, the loudest name was Loki. 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 Loki, who was lightly panting, calmed down when he heard the chanting. He didn't feel nervous anymore about being the center of attention, but he did feel slightly embarrassed. But I guess I have to get used to this quickly. Since my next plan requires that I absolutely don't lose my calm. Loki looked around the Quidditch stadium but found no familiar faces wishing him well in the stands. He did spot Colin Creevery, who was busy clicking pictures, so he didn't disturb the kid before all the champions heard a soft pop rise from the center of the stadium, on the pitch where the same platform they were on earlier was erected. It was Bagman. He'd teleported towards the new stage in the center, beside the small trophy table which held the Triwizard Cup that was glowing in eerie blue and had silver handles. Welcome once again to our viewers close and far. I hope you are all just as happy as I am watching the exciting third task of the Triwizard Tournament, which was fought with great amounts of glory and wisdom. www. Claps. I love you, Loki. Claps. Whether it was Fleur's fantastic attempt at infiltrating the enemy team, or Krumm's relentless assault on the bottom lane of the map, Team Red performed just as well as Team Blue. In fact, Harry Potter's marvelous gambit to kill off the enemy creatures so that they wouldn't be able to gather enough of them to defend against Loki's assault on the top lane was a nail-biting experience. Yet, truthfully, it has been Loki's excellent mental tactics that used information to his advantage that truly captured our hearts. But before we reveal the key to Loki's master plan, why don't we ask the champions how they're feeling after this blood-pumping match? Bagman said and turned towards Team Red of the champions who had reached the stage. Mr. Krumm, what do you think about Team Blue's victory? How do you think they did it? Being a professional Quidditch player, Krumm had been a witness to several wins and losses. And even though he felt like this loss was his biggest because he alone was responsible for this, he was able to hold his emotions in place as he spoke calmly. In a competition, there are always going to be victories and defeats. But I'm sure all of Team Red has done their best to achieve clear victory today, and I am glad for that. If Lady Luck wasn't on our side today, I guess that means it was just not our day. I'm sure Team Blue did their best too, and today they proved to be better. A clear affirmation of Team Blue's skills, Bagman said with acknowledgement as he turned towards Fleur. Miss Delacour, what do you think about Team Blue winning? Any things you would change if you had a chance to redo this match again? Fleur looked at Loki and then spoke with some annoyance in her tone. I would attack Loki with Crumb at the start of the match. Bagman smiled and a few people in the audience laughed at the blatant invitation for a fight while Harry was embarrassed for being ignored so easily. Indeed, Mr. Loki is a terrific opponent indeed. Bagman said calmly and then turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, could you guess what your teammate had planned and executed for you to win this round? Harry immediately panicked at the attention that was placed on him and he looked at Loki hoping to get some information or help, but Loki just smiled at him innocently. Harry coughed in embarrassment and finally turned to Bagman and spoke calmly, I think he found a way to damage the Nexus in one go. Bagman's smile deepened and he finally looked at Loki as the audience laughed and made fun of Harry's answer. Mr. Loki, it is nice to be here with you today. It's nice for me too, Mr. Bagman. In fact, I can say that I'm going to enjoy lifting the Triwizard Tournament Cup too. Everyone loved Loki's bold answer and Bagman laughed a little too, especially when they all saw Fleur glaring at Loki from a distance. Then let's not keep it a secret any longer, would you like to do the honors and explain your strategy, Mr. Loki? Sure. Loki nodded and spoke softly while looking at Crumb and Fleur. Since your creatures grew to be twice as strong because you destroyed our bottom lane guardian turret first, I developed a simple plan based on the actions you would think we should take next. And what were those? Bagman asked with a sneaky smile. Since Team Red could attack us with half the creatures they would generally need, I predicted that they would think that we would focus all our efforts on defending the bottom lane instead of attacking. And this is the gap in their perception that I took advantage of. Since they were busy putting pressure on us by bringing more and more monsters to overwhelm our defenses, I quickly realized that the top lane was left empty and undefended. Crumb and Fleur's eyes narrowed when Loki said that. Now normally this wouldn't have been a terrible decision since the minions of each team would have eliminated each other. Then how did you change the outcome? Bagman asked while hinting at more. That was my trick. Each time I went back into the forest to tame more creatures, I sent along with the alchemical minions a few tamed beasts of my own so that they could take aggro of the enemy alchemical minions and Team Blue's alchemical minions could reach the Nexus safe and unharmed. Crumb and Fleur's mouths fell open. Even Harry was a little shocked by what Loki did. They all didn't realize they had played right into Loki's hands with everything that they did. It was Loki's tactic to keep them on their toes and drag the fight out more and more so that the mounting number of minions that probably sneaked over to the enemy base would be able to chip off the health of the Nexus. Especially Fleur. When she realized that the reason Loki fought with her to the last of his stamina was because he wanted to make her think that he was being a sore loser and didn't want to let her win easily, her mouth hung loose. That was when she remembered the last words she heard Loki whisper into the wind. Too late. He already knew it. He knew I lost again. Fleur almost swore she heard someone say, loser, in that moment. So what happens now? Who wins? Loki asked Bagman, and even Fleur and Crumb were a little interested this time even if they surely weren't going to win. The audience fell silent as they all paid close attention to Bagman's next words since they wondered what would happen now too. Harry was nervously fiddling with his wand while Bagman scanned the crowd. Then finally after a few seconds, he spoke with a smile. It seems like everyone wants to learn who the winners are. Are you excited? In the first round, our champions earned points as follows: Mr. Crumb got 38 points. Miss Delacour 44 points. Mr. Potter gained 45 points and Mr. Loki gained 25 points. Everyone moved to the edge of their seats, each audience member supporting their own champions by waving banners or flags. In the second round, Mr. Crumb got 800 points. Miss Delacour 1600 points. Mr. Potter 1800 points. And finally Mr. Loki, 3200 points. Although there might be winners and losers today, I want you to know that each of our champions has done the absolute best they can to give us this amazing entertainment that we've had the pleasure to enjoy over the last year. The crowd broke out into a fit of cheers once again. The champions basked in the glory they were being showered with and each of them held their head high. And so, totaling their points, we have Mr. Crumb in the fourth place with 838 points. Miss Delacour with 1644 points. Mr. Potter with 1845 points. And finally, Mr. Loki with 3225 points. Clap asterisk clap asterisk clap asterisk clap. But that is not the end. In the third round, all champions displayed their own ingenuity in taking on the challenges presented. But the best of all was that each of you in the audience was given a choice to vote for a particular champion every key moment. And your unbiased votes were gathered at the end and totaled to give our champions their final points. While the audience was cheering, the champions were a little shocked. Seriously, we were literally playing for the audience. Damn, I guess it was Adam's plan all along to make people think that the voting was unfair so that in the final round he could leave the voting in the hands of the audience directly so that they'd feel that it was fair while in the background he could manipulate the scores perfectly. Nice plan. Mr. Crumb was forced to pick a side that would have appeared to be disadvantageous to him in the beginning since he did not know if he would be fighting all three champions at once. He acknowledged his weaknesses yet did not complain and ventured to suppress creatures for an attack all alone. He was a shining example of courage. And so the audience, our judges have decided to award him 10,500 points. The crowd went silent, and a flurry of thoughts rushed through their minds. 10,500. I thought I gave him the points as a pity, I didn't think everyone else would do the same. He got so many votes because of that. Well, at least I gave more votes to the other champions. But doesn't this basically invalidate the points that all of the champions got in the previous rounds? And while the champions frowned since they felt it unfair for their previous performances, Loki was the only one to latch onto what was going on. So, Adam really wanted to manipulate audience perception and control who won. Why is he so desperate to get me and Harry to win? I get that you know who might have it out against me since I defeated him in the first year. But why is Adam so invested in this? Miss Delacour was also forced to pick a side once Team Blue was filled with its two members. But she used her presence of mind and hid herself using transfiguration to trick Mr. Loki and Potter to try and sabotage them. It takes a lot of courage to play such a role, and so the judges and you the audience have decided to offer Miss Delacour 8,000 points. A few people became tense at those words since Flur was behind Crumb even though she did much more than him. Next is Mr. Potter who infiltrated the enemy's jungle and wreaked havoc on their ecosystem boldly all alone. He even fought off Crumb and delayed him at times so that he couldn't reach Miss Delacour to help her in time. And for this bout of courage, the impartial judges, you, have chosen to award Harry Potter 8,111 points. Harry's in the third place. Loki thought with some confusion, wouldn't the crowd's mind have been the prime real estate for Adam to manipulate? And finally, to Mr. Loki, for being courageous enough to tame the creatures of the round with love instead of force like Team Red, the judges have chosen to award him 8,000 points. A thunderous explosive sound of cheers and claps rang out throughout the entire repurposed Quidditch stadium. And all the champions turned towards Loki to congratulate him in a show of sportsmanship, but the champion in question was still frowning. That puts me at the first place still. But I doubt, Adam, will let you know whose plan fail. So there are more points to be dished out. Bagman looked at Loki and noticing that he'd caught on, gave him a secret smile before he continued further. But don't rejoice just yet. Because there are a few more votes to go over. As Bagman's voice thundered over the absurdly loud cheers of the crowd, they all fell into a hushed silence once again. They moved to the edge of their seats and suddenly in a spell of confusion and curiosity became tense again. At the moment of Krumm's battle with Harry Potter, 5,000 of you chose to vote for Harry Potter when he gave his all to defend against Krumm and his creatures so that he could buy time for Loki to finish his plan. It was an even split, but 300 more of you voted for Mr. Potter, and so Mr. Potter gets an additional 5,300 points. So Harry's first place now. 3,700 of you voted for Miss Delacour when she managed to subdue and control the Queen Vampire Mosp to fight against Team Blue, giving her 3,700 points. Loki was dumbfounded. The hell? Doesn't this mean more of the audience wants to see the animals beaten up? Bunch of animal abusers the lot are. So they'd have given me those many points if I beat up my cutesy cat. HMPF. I don't care about the competition anyway. I'll beat up anyone who tries to beat up my tiger. Finally, last but not the least, is Mr. Loki, who was given 4,031 points for his sneaky strategy against Team Red. If I do say so myself, I think the strategy was so good that most of our audience missed it. But nonetheless, here are the final standings. In the fourth place is Mr. Victor Krumm with 10,838 points. Claps, claps, claps. In third place is Miss Flur with 13,344 points. Claps, claps, claps. And finally, in the second, pardon me, in the first place, are not one but two champions who've miraculously tied for the top spot, with exactly 15,256 points. Mr. Potter and Mr. Loki. The crowd erupted with a thunderous roar. Harry flinched when the crowd exploded since he wasn't expecting the praises to be so loud. It was at that time that Ludo Bagman rounded the champions and brought them to the center of the stage where the Triwizard Cup was sitting and waiting to be picked up. "Why don't you do the honors?" Bagman cheered as he pushed Loki and Harry towards the cup. Harry was embarrassed and shy still, while Loki's eyes gained an uncharacteristic glint in them as he paid attention to the cup. "So this is it, huh?" Loki looked at Harry since the boy was crucial to his plan about what he was going to do next, but he was also a little nervous. Loki took a deep breath and then put a smile on his face. It was a smile of excitement and encouragement as he looked at Harry. Same time. All right then, in 3, 2, on. WWWWHOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO into the air and pulled him along with Harry towards an unknown destination. Loki felt the space around himself and expanded the runes arranged on the portkey to make himself comfortable. Loki looked around and felt Harry near him, and before they landed, Loki extended his hand and swiftly swiped one of the key weapons from Harry, which he was going to use to defend against Voldemort. This was, albeit a simple action, a very important one. The entire trip lasted a few seconds and ended when the portkey dropped the two of them in a heavily shrouded place. They couldn't see much else beyond a few feet away from themselves. Loki landed on his feet, while Harry landed on his backside, tumbling around in the dirt for a while before rolling back up. Harry looked around warily and made sure to orient himself by using Loki's position. "Do you know what's going on, Loki?" Harry asked in a panicked tone when he saw Loki looking around them with a shocked expression just like him. "What's going on? I'd love to know about that myself. Is this the level we have to finish to see who wins between us?" Loki said with clear worry while pointing his wand away from them, towards the vague humanoid outline that they could see through the thick fog around them. Harry looked in the direction Loki was pointing his wand in to see if anyone else was around them, but the fog was too thick to see clearly. Harry and Loki quickly stood back to back against each other as they slowly walked over to the vague humanoid outline. Within moments, they stopped in front of a large white marble statue of an angel of death standing over a simple headstone with 3 names written on it. Loki observed this and frowned a little bit mentally. This doesn't seem like Nocturne Alley. Was I wrong with my prediction? Perhaps we are inside the place hidden using the Fidelius charm. I don't think so. This place doesn't feel even a little familiar, unless the Fidelius charm can stop my spirituality from recognizing what I'm looking at. Do you know what's going on? Loki asked with confusion as he gripped his wand tightly, pretending to be worried as he cleared a little bit of dust from the names on the tomb guarded by the Angel of Death. I don't really know. It looks like the cup was a portkey and we were teleport. Harry started but froze when his eyes laid on the name that Loki had cleared. Riddle. Harry exclaimed suddenly while his muscles tensed as he gripped his wand and turned a little stiff. You know someone called Riddle? Loki asked, pretending to be surprised, while also adding a slight waver in his tone that signified his fear. Loki expected Harry to answer. Except that was when the 2 boys heard a voice that seemed to be on the edge of madness. The voice was cold and sounded almost as if the person using it seemed infatuated with insanity. Ooh, I like him. He knows he needs to be scared. I want to be the one that gets him. Harry and Loki immediately turned towards the voice that had emerged from the fog behind the headstone. Not yet, Bella. We need to perform our tasks first. Another bold voice was heard from the fog. Yes. We'll have you with us in your blood form soon, my lord. The woman spoke once again, but her voice was a lot more fanatical this time. Leave them for me. I have a few unsettled debts with them. A frail, and much more weak voice spoke in a cranky tone. There was silence for a few seconds as Harry and Loki both held their wands pointed in the same direction from where the sounds were coming. Soon a woman in a simple black dress gown stepped out of the fog. The woman had unruly hair that was fluffed and curled all around her face. She had a maddening smile on her face as her eyes trembled in excitement. Her lips and nails were painted black while her thin hands held a thin bone wand. After her, a middle-aged man who was holding what looked like a bundle of rags stepped out of the fog. Who are you? Harry asked with confusion and worry as both he and Loki pointed their wands at the woman and man. The man only smiled in response to Harry's question while the woman's already maddened smile only deepened. Her wand twitched rapidly, as if she was so excited about wanting to use a spell, but was doing her best to hold back from trying anything out. I'm not scared of you. Harry shouted, his voice bold, and the small amount of fear within him vanished with his bold declaration. Loki could feel the soft aura of divinity hover around Harry, which shocked him a little. He's already a demigod. The hell is this speed of progression? Even Klein wasn't this fast. That changes a few things, but nothing too drastic. I can still go on with my plan. Well, this will just be better. But instead of feeling fear from Harry's divinity, the couple that had revealed themselves only laughed as if they'd seen someone pull off a funny practical prank. Ha 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 ha. The woman suddenly started laughing hard, her wand pointing wildly as her hands flailed around, causing Harry and Loki to tense up as they readied themselves for a spell to be launched at any time. Suddenly, however, the woman stopped. She flicked her head up and matched her gaze with Harry's, looking right into his emerald eyes with fanatic adoration as she spoke with pride and anger. I'm my master's blessed. I am the one that will help him regain his invincible body. I am the right hand of my immortal lord. I am Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix's speech ended there, but its effect did not, since she'd imposed her own divinity into the surroundings, causing Loki to shiver a little while Harry remained unfazed. His divinity is common as cabbages nowadays. First, it was 2 angels in summer camp, then 2 outer gods, then the unspeakable had a saint, and then I saw a true god turned king of angels, his daughter who's an angel, and now I'm surrounded by demigods. What's even going on anymore? Lord, you mean Voldemort? Harry asked, gripping his wand tighter, seemingly unfazed by Bellatrix's declaration of her divinity. Loki wanted to break character and roll his eyes. Of course, it's your arch-nemesis. Who else would wait until the end of the year to attack you? Though, to his credit, he did attack at the start of the year during the World Cup too. Maybe he's learning, though clearly not very much since he hasn't just used the killing curse to kill Harry. But if he's that bundle of rags, he clearly doesn't have the right amount of gray matter in his head to even comprehend anything too complicated. Ah, ha ha ha, you cannot do anything, Bellatrix said with her eyes turning round and fanatic. Expelliarmus, Harry shouted, to quickly disarm the woman, causing a thin shot of red light to fly from his wand towards the woman. But the woman swiped her wand and caused the little charm to fly away from her and hit the ground instead. Ooh, a prey that fights back. If the Lord wasn't wanting you, I'd like to have you all to myself. Oh, how nice it would be if I was able to hear you scream. The woman's eyes glazed over as she got lost in her imagination, shivering as she mumbled. Oh, I could add you to the statue of corpses I built over the summer. Maybe even use your entrails to paint it. That's enough, Bellatrix. We cannot let the Lord wait any longer. The man interrupted. Bellatrix instantly fell silent, but she occasionally giggled while looking at Loki and Harry. Finally, a voice spoke from the robes in the middle-aged man's arms. Capture them, the voice ordered. Bellatrix became even happier as she quickly snapped her fingers as she spoke. Banish, Bellatrix hissed. Language of dead, Loki almost immediately recognized. Harry and Loki fell into a daze for a moment, something tugging at their souls, trying to forcibly pull them out of their bodies, but they snapped out of it almost immediately, regaining their lucidity. Loki was able to do it because of his connection with the Saphira Castle, while Harry was able to do it because he was already a demigod. But the momentary lapse was enough for Bellatrix to take advantage of them. Crucio! Bellatrix screamed as a thick bolt of green light erupted out of her wand and flew towards Harry. Harry's first instinct was to use the Protega charm to shield himself, but then he realized that the Cruciatus curse was an unforgivable curse. Professor Moody had suppressed that instinct in him well. Not directly, but seeing a spider being tortured as it helplessly squealed in pain worked wonders in that matter. And so his spell switched mid-flick into a transfiguration spell that transformed the terrain underneath himself into a shield. Harry thought that would be enough, but he'd underestimated the amount of spirituality Bellatrix had put into the spell. The green beam of light pierced through the thick earthen shield and hit Harry squarely in the chest, causing him to collapse to the ground writhing and screaming like a little girl. Ah! Loki felt a little worried about Harry, but it's all right, I'm sure Harry will be all right. Pretty sure, Adam wouldn't let anything happen to his golden boy. Now I need to make it seem like I'm trying to fight back, but the exhaustion of the tournament has caught up with me. And so, Loki wasn't spared too, since as soon as Bellatrix cast the Cruciatus curse on Harry, the middle-aged man beside her flicked his wand too after he spoke with hatred and anger. Crucio! Loki did the same thing as Harry but jumped out of the way just in time for the bolt of green light to pass over his head harmlessly. But the middle-aged man's control over the curse was excellent, so as soon as Loki ducked underneath it, the curse bent over and crashed right into his head. An unholy amount of pain passed through Loki's head before he was forced to black out, or so it seemed. In reality, Loki had managed to keep a sliver of consciousness in him as he abused his body by stealing away his ability to feel pain. This did something that no one other than Loki could have expected. The pain, the fatigue and the intense workout of the third task had vanished when he stole his body's ability to feel pain. This led him to feel extremely comfortable all of a sudden. To the extent that he was forced to control his expressions to not smile like an idiot when he was being tortured by the Cruciatus curse. He felt like he was drunk on comfort, like a warm blanket in the biting winter cold. As the comforting situation settled in, Loki kept his body spasming and twitching while screaming in pain to sell the effect, all while staying perfectly awake as he kept account of what was going on around him. All I need to wait for is the moment in time when his advancement ritual begins. Loki pretended to pass out eventually when he heard Harry's screams die out and soon found himself bound by ropes to the tombstone that he had seen earlier. Harry was beside him and was held back by similar ropes tied to the Grim Reaper statue awning the gravestone. A spell struck him and Harry straight in the chest, and Loki quietly observed it and quickly realized what it was. Renervate. Loki didn't have to remain in the dark about why the spell was used, since the middle-aged man spelled it out for them. Watch as our Lord returns to the mortal world. Let us go, Harry shouted while squirming around, trying to break the ropes that bound them. Loki quickly noticed that the middle-aged man was continuously pumping spirituality into the ropes to keep them tied down, so he tried his best to escape from the ropes by struggling around. The headmaster is probably already searching for us, you old man. It'll be foolish to keep us here any longer. Let us leave, Loki shouted along with Harry, but it did nothing except make the man's smirk wider. Stop him. Loki and Harry heard a frail but commanding voice speak out from the bundle of rags that the middle-aged man was holding. Loki didn't understand at first, but he quickly understood when. You're afraid of Professor Dumb. Before Harry could finish the name, the middle-aged man flicked his wand and stuffed Harry's mouth with rope, causing Loki to feel a little surprised. So, his danger premonition kicked in when Harry was about to say Adam's name. He knows that Adam will know about this place once his name is spoken. Now that I think about it, while normal people fear you know whose name, the Death Eaters, and you know who fear Adam's name. Harry squirmed around again, and being so close to him, Loki spotted Harry's eyes turning runic, as if he wasn't seeing the world as is, but through the lens of runes, uncovering its runic configuration. He's trying to spot the rope's weakness. Harry was using the ability of a Sequence 4 Demon Hunter, Eye of Demon Hunting, something that directly showed him the weakness and other factors of his target. Surprisingly, almost immediately, Harry was able to escape from the ropes for a moment, but the man quickly doubled down and pumped in more spirituality into his spell, which slithered around and rebounded Harry's figure. Loki, on the other hand, studied the ropes with interest. This isn't the simple Incarcerus spell. I wonder what it is. Loki silently started to explore the middle-aged man's body of heart and mind and learnt several things. Rudolphus Lestrange. He's worried if Bellatrix will leave him after you know who is resurrected. How innocent. Single quote. I see, the spell is not a spell at all. The spell is just a transfiguration to make the ropes look like ropes. In reality, what's bound around us is a snake of some sort. A hidden card. A trap that you know who's planted so that Harry and I can be quickly controlled if something goes wrong. Is the snake a Beander too? Loki looked at his ropes and shivered a little, but quickly put any thoughts about the snake around him and Harry away. As long as it doesn't go into any weird places. Loki's attention was soon distracted towards the bubbling cauldron in front of him, where he spotted Bellatrix performing a complicated ritual. She stood around a large cauldron that was sitting atop an ethereal crimson fire. The blood moon was shining through, giving the fog covering the entire area an eerie look that matched the vibe. Bellatrix moved to the grave where Harry and Loki were being held and flicked her wand, causing a thick layer of soil in front of the grave to rise into the air and shift to the side to form a small pile. Loki carefully watched the deep grave that was dug out, trying to understand what was going on. Bellatrix then sent a curse flying into it, causing the coffin inside to explode into splinters. What ritual is this? Is this the ritual that I was waiting for? No, his body still hasn't recovered, so this probably isn't it. It's probably to recover his body. Well, I have the Disc of Wishes in case something like that happens, but it's probably better to have my own method that doesn't rely on that. As the dust around the uncovered coffin settled, Bellatrix quietly flicked her wand at it and pulled to herself a clean bone. Harry and Loki observed in forced silence as Bellatrix walked to the cauldron that was on fire. Then with a solemn tone, Bellatrix spoke after dropping the bone into the cauldron with a soft plop. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." That was when the middle-aged man stepped up to Bellatrix as he handed off the bundle of rags to her, making her almost immediately observe an adorable smile on her face. She really adores him. Poor Mr. Lestrange, he's going to be so disappointed. But to his luck, it seems, he feels creeped out by Bellatrix if I'm not wrong. The middle-aged man walked towards the cauldron and extended his hand to be above it. "Flesh of the servant, Rodolphus Lestrange, willingly given, you will revive your master." The man then used his wand to immediately slice off his forearm and drop it into the cauldron with another heavy splash. Finally, after Bellatrix gave the bundle of rags back to her husband, she moved closer to Harry with a sharp knife. Harry tried to resist by kicking his legs or by using his immense strength to break through the stone statue holding him, but he couldn't. The ropes adjusted and Loki keenly observed how they grew fangs and bit Harry's arm, causing a stinging pain while inserting poison that started turning him limp. Harry felt weak and pathetic. He couldn't do anything as Bellatrix approached with her knife and carved out a simple symbol on his forearm from which she took the required blood by collecting it in a vial. She then walked back to the cauldron that was now steaming and poured out all the blood taken from Harry. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Except nothing happened. No flashy changes in the cauldron, no color changes, no overflowing potion, and no sudden explosions. The cauldron just hovered steadily above the crimson fire while the crimson moon shone brightly on it. And just as Loki and Harry were turning confused about what was happening, Loki saw it. Loki suddenly froze as his eyes locked on and spotted what was in Bellatrix's hand. No way. She has a card of blasphemy. Is that the card for the death pathway? Bellatrix simply flicked the card and dropped it into the cauldron. And that was it. The bubbling in the cauldron had suddenly become volatile and relatively loud as Rodolphus Lestrange walked up to the cauldron, and then after a final look at the rags in his hand, he dropped them right into the cauldron with a heavy splash. Loki looked pretty intrigued by what was happening in front of him. Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband Rodolphus Lestrange knelt in front of the cauldron, their heads bowed as if they hadn't been permitted to view the sight of whatever was happening in it. But Loki eagerly examined the potion that was bubbling in the cauldron and constantly changing colors. Using his spirit vision and his ability to see the various components of the potion by watching the various facets he could steal away as runes, Loki started decrypting the potion. There's unicorn blood in it, but it's probably cursed, a few nettle leaves, even the cauldron is made out of dragon bones. How unique, perhaps it is meant to be consumed in the ritual. And although the potion contains the genetic material of his father, what about his mother? Does that strange symbol compensate for it? I think the symbol is a part of her symbol, but why use only a part of it? Can you know who not handle the entire symbol with his newborn body? Or is it for some other reason? For example, is it that part of the symbol that represents vitality and growth? I'm leaning towards the latter, but I don't exactly know. Loki continued to observe the potion, and by the end of it he was able to predict exactly what was going to happen. So he wants a body that is more suited towards the abyss pathway. How unique. I don't know what makes a body more suited for a particular pathway other than Beander characteristics being infused into it, but I'll keep this in mind. Who knows when I might need to do something similar. But would this classify him as a human or a mythical creature? Should I interfere right now? No, while I could destabilize this ritual, I'm pretty sure she would interrupt to correct whatever might go wrong because of her presence through the moon. I could use the weapon I stole from Harry without letting anyone know though, and it should integrate with you-know-who so well that he doesn't realize until it's too late. But then it wouldn't make him lose his sanity as easily, it would just become something he can isolate once he figures it out. I guess I'll wait for his advancement ritual. That should be the time he's going to be at his weakest. If my calculations and guesses are right, the body ritual should end anytime now. There was a sudden large blop from the cauldron before the entire thing burst into fire. Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange looked up with shock, wondering if they should interfere or do something. But they didn't have to remain worried for long. The entire cauldron was engulfed in the flames, burning away along with the potion, leaving behind a small ugly fetus floating in the air. Everyone around the ritual saw the small baby that was wrapped in rags earlier suddenly start to grow as it started to resemble a human more and more. Oh, how unique! It is borrowing the life properties of her domain and using them to enhance his growth. What about the death card of blasphemy though? There was suddenly a soft crack in the moon's shining crimson light that for a moment tried to interfere with what was going on. Slytherin, Loki thought as his eyes widened. But almost instantaneously, the card of blasphemy of the death pathway flickered around Voldemort and formed a thin veil. Now, a normal veil would have only aided Slytherin since he could use his authority over the death pathway, if he had any, which he likely did since it was his neighboring pathway, to disrupt Voldemort's ritual, but the veil had several veiny branches throbbing with power. The veil was clearly corrupted. The corrupted blasphemy card is to prevent Slytherin's interference in you-know-who's rebirth. I don't understand this well. Loki frowned. He's taking a lot of protections. I hope he doesn't protect himself this much while advancing to the next sequence. But this knowledge has been pretty important. If I can replicate all of this myself, especially the part with the blasphemy card of the death pathway. I mean, I could replace some of her domain with the mother pathway or even the paragon pathway since both of them deal with souls. But to be able to give it enough energy to be able to recreate an entirely new body would be difficult. I probably have to include more of their domains to stabilize the ritual. How difficult. An outer god that has corrupted so many pathways is truly powerful. Makes me feel glad that Adam isn't God Almighty in this world. Should I steal the card of blasphemy? Single quote. Secondary objective. My main one is to advance to sequence 4 parasite myself. The fire show ended soon with Voldemort landing on the ground gently, as if he were a floating feather, with a mist of black swirling around him and forming his robes as they did on a Dementor. Voldemort took the first fresh deep breath and exhaled slowly. The end of his nose fluttered as the cool air slithered into his lungs and warm air breathed out. Loki and Harry felt the fog retreat as Voldemort exhaled, but that wasn't what caught their attention. It suddenly felt like the air around Voldemort had begun dying. The grass under his feet instantly turned yellow and spread out in a quick wave as they turned every other grass stalk on the small hill yellow. The chill of death and decay began to spread outwards from him as Voldemort stroked his dark silky hair. It looked like the energy from all around the area was slowly being absorbed by Voldemort, like he were a parasite that was killing everything it relied on. With his eyes closed, Voldemort stretched his hand and a bone-white wand flew out of Bellatrix's grasp and flew into his. And then with his eyes still closed, Voldemort flicked his wand. Loki instantly felt the space around them change and he and Harry collapsed onto the grassy floor now that nothing was holding them up again. We've moved to Nocturne Alley. It's coming. My time to start my acting is here. Harry instantly reached for his wand and shouted, Expelliarmus. A bright streak of red light swung across from Harry's wand and flew towards Voldemort, but as if he was enjoying the symphony of Harry's hopes, Voldemort flicked his wand like a conductor and simply caused Harry's spell to freeze mid-air, slowing it down as it hovered to a stop beside him. Voldemort looked at the spell without even opening his eyes as he seemed to analyze the spell that he had been shot with. Not much better than the first year I taught you, Potter. Voldemort then calmly grabbed the spell out of its frozen trajectory using his wand and flicked the spell back at Harry. Protega. Harry nearly screamed because of the sudden shock of having to face his own spells, but to everyone's surprise, Voldemort's flick had far surpassed anything they could imagine. The simple flick of his wand hadn't just shot the spell towards Harry, no. The simple red blazing trail that was left behind as Voldemort flicked the spell back at Harry amplified like a thick beam of light as if it were a concentrated beam of energy focused on evaporating even Harry's remains off the face of the earth. Loki gulped audibly as his eyes narrowed and he frowned. Is this the true extent of the skill of a saint? Naturally, Harry's protega failed. Not because the shield wasn't strong enough, not that it had any chance. But because the speed at which Voldemort had flung the spell had simply bypassed the formation of the shield itself. Harry was thrown into the air, tumbling around as he crashed into the dirty dry dead hill floor before crashing into a seemingly invisible barrier. What is that barrier? Loki frowned. I can't seem to steal it, it's not made up of spirituality, what is it then? Loki wondered as Harry quickly tried and get up to retaliate. But with another flick of his wand, Voldemort caused Harry to freeze up and fall to the ground. Loki, instead of attacking, looked around the place with familiarity as the fog started to let up and stopped obscuring his vision. Nocturne Alley, well, not like I didn't guess this would be his destination for the night, but it feels good to be right. After taking a few more deep breaths, Voldemort turned around the area they were in, as if he were scanning it for something, and tapped his wand on something seemingly invisible to everyone else in the air. To everyone's surprise, as if a string had been plucked, the space vibrated with a low hum. Ripples spread out in front of everyone as the shack that was previously missing suddenly made itself visible, revealing to everyone exactly what Harry had crashed into. How did I not notice that the shack was in front of us? How did my Beyonder powers fail to notice it? Loki panicked, but he immediately connected the dots. Fidelius charm. And all of a sudden, as if a core part of his memory had been unlocked, Loki's eyes widened ever so slightly, but it was missed by everyone else since they were all looking at the shack that Voldemort had just revealed. Single quote question mark 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 single quote. The sequence 4 parasite Beyonder characteristic is with the demon inside the shack. How did I forget about this? How do I even know this? I don't have any memories of trying to divine something like this. I don't even remember locking my memories about this. Why did I know this now? Adam. No way. But who else can force me to lose my memories and return them to me so precisely? Loki's eyes quickly scanned the house in his spirit vision and he could see exactly what was going on inside. A humanoid figure, that Loki identified as a demon, was sitting inside the house with hundreds if not a few thousand bodies all piled upon each other as if it were a nest of snakes. The bodies did not slither or make any movements except the barely perceptible strained movement of their chest that signified that they were breathing. But that wasn't what Loki was struggling with. Loki's attention was mostly overwhelmed by the absolutely torturous screams leaving the shack in the spirit world. The spirit of each body that had been piled up continuously lost a piece of its soul, being torn apart from its vessel before being allowed to return to it for just enough time before it healed and was torn back out again. The process was being conducted with mechanical precision in the most inefficient way possible. The demon was continuously stretching its hand towards the souls in its line of sight before flicking its wrist, much like Loki did, to steal the souls in sight. Unlike Loki, who painlessly stripped apart a soul from his enemy's body, the demon employed the most cruel way it could do so. It only stole a part of their souls, not the whole thing in its entirety, before returning it midway through the process, riddling its victim's soul with a burden of tears and scars. Everyone's soul was being torn apart and refixed continuously. As such, everyone's soul in Loki's vision looked like a patchwork of messy and damaged fragments. But even though Loki's attention was being overwhelmed by the screams of the generosity in front of him, his eyes widened as he confirmed the information in his head. It's true. The demon is of the error pathway. I can't yet steal parts of a soul. Which means his abilities are stronger than mine. A higher sequence. How did I know this? How did I make my whole plan around this fact? I was manipulated by Adam. But what reason would he have to return these memories to me if he was manipulating me in the first place? Now that I think about it, I told Laura to help me fight this demon earlier. Why didn't I ever question why I asked her about this? Was it just a guess? A hunch? But then these false memories of me going ahead with the plan because I knew I had a Beander characteristic of sequence 4 parasite, how? Loki felt a shiver run up his spine. For the first time since he'd come to this world, Loki felt like he'd been trapped in a play that he was absolutely unaware of. Loki immediately took a deep breath. For now, the best I can do is follow my plan. But along with simply disrupting you-know-who's ritual, I need to kill the demon and make sure I take its Beander characteristic. I can only figure out what's going on after I understand what led me to this. Now I only need to put on a performance and buy time for Laura to show up. Everything after that should be pretty smooth if my plan is right. Is it right though? Can I even trust my memories? Loki shook his head and pushed away the thought, for now. Voldemort looked at the house, easily sensing the several bodies inside the house and the absolute torture that was going on. He then calmly flicked his wand and caused all its walls to fall off, causing a short tsunami of bodies to pour out of the house. But Voldemort ignored the bodies for now and walked towards Bellatrix and Rodolphus, who were still kneeling. "You've done well to serve your master," Voldemort said patiently as he extended his hands and petted both Bellatrix and Rodolphus' heads. Voldemort was clearly touching their heads to apply some sort of protection to their souls, but to Loki, the scene seemed like a master petting his excited loyal dogs, since he could almost picture them wagging their tails if they had one. But that was where Loki decided to act. To advance, I have to make everything go in a way no one expects the outcome. I need to make them play in my hands. Even though I'm not sure if I'm playing in someone else's hands anyway. I have to steal the show. Time to put on a show that no one here will ever forget. Click asterisk flash asterisk click. Clap 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 clap. A sudden flash of light and clapping took everyone's attention as they all looked in the distance, where out of the darkness a simple boy walked into view holding a camera. The boy was dressed in Hogwarts robes. His robes had silver and green accents, indicating he was from Slytherin, and his posture was confident and straight. His face was hidden behind a mask, but it did not make his allure any less. How cute, a Dark Lord showing affection to his loyal dogs. I'm almost touched. Voldemort turned to look at the boy, and so did Bellatrix and Rodolphus. But before Voldemort could speak, Bellatrix immediately shouted, "How dare you interrupt my master here?" The young boy looked at Bellatrix and then spoke with a frown, as if he was looking at a disgusting bug, the design of the mask morphing to match his expressions. "The adults are talking, little girl. If you know what's good for you, I hope you go back to licking masters, the bald dickheads, non-existent balls. Be the good mutt you are, or I won't care if I accidentally blow you up." Wha bald. Bellatrix was frozen. She suddenly felt a seething amount of hatred towards the boy who was casually insulting her, and above all her master. That was when they all noticed that the boy's hands had some sort of a wig made up of silky hair. A terrible feeling gripped everyone's hearts as the boy who had just arrived simply motioned his eyebrows towards Voldemort while spinning around the wig. Everyone turned to look at Voldemort as their eyes suddenly widened. Why are they looking at me like that? Wait a second, why is my head suddenly so cold? Voldemort quickly moved his hand to touch his head as his eyes widened. Ha 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 ha, what a fool you are. Can't even keep your own head safe. The boy started to laugh as he bent over and held his knees. You truly are a failure. I should have known that all those who came after me were going to be failures indeed. I mean, could you imagine this? The Dark Lord that the world fears is bald. I mean, I can just imagine the stories that will float around. Imagine the headlines. The Lord of Baldness takes over the world. Or, listen to this one. The Dark Lord's unconquerable enemy. Baldness. Could you imagine that? The boy started to laugh even harder, which only pissed Voldemort off further, causing throbbing veins to show up on his forehead, which was now very large considering he was bald, so it was easily visible. Voldemort's eyes narrowed back immediately as his grip on his wand tightened. Crucio. Bellatrix shouted, shaking her wand in anger while pointing it at the boy's face. The boy, who was still laughing, simply flicked away the charm with his own wand and caused it to crash into the ground beside him. Bellatrix froze, her shock stopping her spell, as did everyone else in the area. The unforgivable curses weren't things that could be blocked or defended against using magic. Harry, who was frozen stiff on the ground, was the only known survivor of an unforgivable curse which had already marked him as the savior of the wizarding world. But now another person could do such a thing. So casually even. And what are you going to do? Take me to your groomer. I'm positively more terrified of your hairstylist than anything else. The boy joked calmly while twirling his wand as if he was in a casual conversation. Cruci Uijhu, Bellatrix was about to curse him, again, but before she could release her spell fully, she started to fumble. The boy then calmly looked at the woman and spoke with an eerie smile, wondering why you can't speak anymore, dear Bellatrix. Ughaha woogia gagaga. Haha, that's funny. Are you really so bad at casting the cruciacious curse that you have to say Crucio each time? What about you, Mr. Lestrange? Are you the same? The boy said with a smile as he looked at the man who was looking at him with slight fear and annoyance. Loki studied the man's thoughts that were floating on top of his body of heart and mind and nearly laughed out loud. At least now Bella won't think so much about Master all the time. Voldemort looked at the boy with a deep sense of intrigue for a few seconds, in silence, before speaking for the second time after his rebirth. What is your purpose? My purpose. That is a difficult question, isn't it? But if I had to answer, it would be for witnessing history. Why don't you go ahead and call your audience? I'm sure having the great Harry Potter as a hostage would only bolster your image. Voldemort looked at the boy who was carrying himself with confidence with a smile, like nothing the boy could do would harm him at all. He was still on the high of having been reborn. He felt near invincible right now. Except it was a trick. Loki was only bolstering Voldemort's thoughts and ideas by corrupting the minds of the people around him, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and himself. Loki was adding subconscious thoughts that purposely amplified Voldemort's image in their minds. It wasn't much, but it prevented Voldemort from thinking deeply about the person who'd just stolen all his hair. But being a master of desire control, Voldemort wasn't affected by it as much as Loki had expected him to be. He just really was narcissistic. How interesting, Voldemort thought as he stared at the strange boy dressed in Hogwarts robes in front of him. He isn't even a demigod, and yet he remains so arrogant. But why do I have a sense of spirituality familiarity? But he truly doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. If he did I would have known. But he does not fear me either. I do smell excitement though. Is he excited to see my rebirth? I guess he's here from the side of the Aurors, probably a kid that was put up to patrol the area because they've been tightening their security for the past few weeks. How silly, does he think someone will come and save him? How silly. His ability is strange too. Which pathway is he from, I wonder? To witness history, that truly is a wonderful reason to be here, but you are right, it will be better for me to have an audience to show them my power by crushing you first and then. Voldemort spoke with pauses as he turned slowly to Harry, who was still frozen stiff like a board on the hard floor. And then we can arrange for a duel between me and the great savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter. Voldemort walked towards Bellatrix and pulled the lady's hand towards himself. He only gave her love-drunk state a half-hearted glance before using his wand to stab his wand into her dark mark. Reveal yourselves. Voldemort spoke, not in English or Latin, but in demon speak, in the language of foulness. Loki felt spirituality radiate out of Voldemort's words before it sunk into the animated emblem tattoo on Bellatrix's forearm. The words were in order, directed not towards Loki and Harry but towards the ring of Death Eaters that were closest to him. Voldemort's eyes turned red as he thought about all those people who'd betrayed his closest subordinates in exchange for seeking asylum under the man who'd walked throughout history witnessing the rise and fall of various conquerors. Nothing happened for a few seconds, causing Harry to feel puzzled, but then almost instantaneously, in a flurry of darkness, several pops grazed the dark and dimly lit area they were standing in. Various people started to apparate in, but they all mostly looked the same. They each had a mask on their face and were all covered by dark hooded robes. There were so many Death Eaters that about 50 of them surrounded Loki and Harry from all sides. As soon as they looked at Voldemort though, they kneeled in obedience and waited for his next command as if they had been waiting for his orders all along. But Voldemort didn't talk to them for a good few minutes as he took a deep breath of fresh air and exhaled out a few words in a whisper. "It seems like you haven't been good while I was gone, punishment is due." The Death Eaters all shivered, the silence that lingered after Voldemort's words left them all feeling bare and naked. It felt like someone was holding a blade beside their hearts, a single wrong move and it would surgically disconnect their hearts and then violently rip it away. And so, one of them quickly opened his mouth trying to distract Voldemort. "Who dares stand against you, my lord? Do you want us to take care of those miscreants who dare to interfere with our lord's grand plans?" The Death Eater said, pointing his funny-looking wand at the boy in Hogwarts robes, causing everyone else to point their wands at him, Loki and Harry as well. But Voldemort only let out a depressing sigh that was filled with tension and power. "You should know it is unwise to resist," Voldemort spoke. Not just to the Death Eaters who were trying to pledge their allegiance to him once again, but to the young boy that was in front of him. Noticing this, the boy casually stuffed his wand into his holster and looked at Voldemort silently, before speaking calmly. "I understand that. But I don't think you understand the situation you are in, Mr. Dark Lord." Voldemort was puzzled. As the high of his rebirth ritual started to subside, he suddenly found everything about the situation strange. Questions began to pop up in his mind. A random student. Why's there a student here? Is he really on patrol? What of his team members? And a student that I don't know much about. Where does his confidence stem from? He speaks so arrogantly even after seeing the force devoted to me. Is he backing the boy? But Harry Potter is his muse, so probably not. Then, who are you? Voldemort finally asked the boy. "I think you still don't get it, do you? Let me show you what I mean in simpler terms," the boy said, the lips on his mask morphing into a smirk that made it look like the boy was amused about the entire situation. Suddenly, under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, the boy calmly brought his clean hands to the mask and pulled it out, leaving it hovering in the air as he stroked back his hair and then looked at Voldemort with a smile. Except Voldemort couldn't smile. "Shocked?" the boy asked calmly, but Voldemort's eyes had already narrowed. "Who are you?" Voldemort asked with his wand pointed at the boy. It trembled with anger, but the boy's smile never wore off. "You still don't know? Have you already forgotten? Or do you not want to accept it?" Voldemort looked at the boy with a glare, his sight not leaving the boy, but he didn't even speak anything for a few seconds. "My familiarity with him, is he? No. I don't feel her blessings on him. He isn't a part of my soul. This is someone else." It was only after a few seconds that the Dark Lord finally found the confidence to speak through all the confusion. "However it is you are mimicking my features, there can only ever be one of me." "Oh, so you want to remain delusional? Avada Kedavra!" Voldemort roared in anger. A thick green beam of light rushed through the air and landed on the boy's body. Except what everyone had expected, the boy being sent flying through the air because of the force of the spell while ragdolling as if he were a puppet without strings, did not happen. Instead, the boy calmly walked forward while staying connected to the thick green beam of light that Voldemort was forcing. "How pathetic you are. You became arrogant even though you're only a flimsy piece that was left alive after you failed to kill a baby." Voldemort's features morphed into an angry frown, his bubbling anger palpable as everyone around him started to feel cold touch their souls, yet the boy continued to walk forward. "And now you can't even kill me. Did you think leaving me in that silly diary of yours would leave me helpless and weak? I've been biding my time, and a year ago, I was finally able to become free. It took time, but I grew stronger, and now I've become what we truly desired. And I've done it in a way that even you, with all your fancy help from her, would never be able to guess how I became so powerful. You are a weak, pathetic man that's nothing but a fragment of what he once was. I am the true Dark Lord." Voldemort's eyes widened as he felt a little shocked. He knows about her. Who is he? Someone related to him. Perhaps the Flamels. But why is he here? I can't sense any hostility even now. Is he hiding it from me in some way? No, he isn't even a demigod and I can't sense any mystical items on him. Who's helping him? He knows about the diary. Did Lucius help him? I can still sense my other soul, I can't tell where it is, but it is safe, yet I heard that the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Did it really succeed in escaping from school? But I heard that Harry Potter was credited in saving the school and fighting against me from the diary. Voldemort's confusion only multiplied severalfold with each thought he used to dig into the scenario unfolding in front of him. The face he was looking at and the information he was being fed through the words of the young boy had opened a can of worms that he wasn't ready to get into. Questions like who was backing the boy were of the mundane sort in such a troublesome mind storm. The question that was worrying Voldemort the most right now was, whoever this boy is, how isn't he corrupted yet? Even after knowing about her. Is he really who he appears to be? Or is this another one of his tricks? A trick to distract me from Harry. Voldemort's eyes flicked towards Harry, but the boy was still frozen stiff on the dirty floor. Loki seemed to notice the sudden panic that began to emerge in Voldemort's gaze as the young boy spoke with a funny smile. What are you thinking about, Mr. Dark Lord? The young boy asked, wondering if I know all your little secrets. The boy then looked around at all the Death Eaters and the Lestrange couple, seeing how all of them had a hint of confusion in their eyes before he looked back at Voldemort. But since it is rude of me not to introduce myself, let's do this, let me show the world who I really am. The boy flicked his wand in the air and much like how Harry had seen at the end of his second year, fiery letters started to form in the air with each stroke of his wand. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Not everyone was able to connect to the name, but Voldemort's eyes remained wide while several Death Eaters around the ones that had gathered gasped audibly when the words were written in air. The Death Eaters hadn't recognized young Tom's face since none of them had really seen Voldemort when he was young, but some of them who were in the inner circle of Death Eaters had known about their lord's actual name. It can't be. One of the Death Eaters gasped before looking at Voldemort, who was frozen stiff. Bellatrix too remained confused. Her hands trembled while her lips quivered as she tried to understand exactly what was going on. Then under everyone's stunned gazes, the boy took it a move further. They all watched as the letters rearranged themselves to form the sentence. I am Lord Voldemort. The Death Eaters who hadn't realized what was going on until now suddenly showed expressions of understanding. Funny, isn't it? The young Tom said as he flicked his wand once again and caused the letters to fade away. Bellatrix Lestrange on the side was the most confused as she looked at her master, and then at the boy. All the Death Eaters in the audience had similarly strange thoughts. How is the killing curse doing nothing to him? He is the real Dark Lord. Then who is he? But they were even more amplified when Loki mixed into their sea of subconscious a flood of distracting thoughts, making most of them panic and stop thinking rationally. Is this a trap? A trap to capture us? A trap set up by the White Lord? But even then, Voldemort's presence remained commanding and the central point of focus since everyone's instincts were blaring and warning them against Voldemort, not the little boy, which made them sure that the real deal was already in front of them. But the results in front of their eyes were something else. No one could simply survive the killing curse and walk through it. Meanwhile, on the side, Loki wondered, is there a popcorn machine nearby? Maybe I can use the disc of wishes and make a simple wish for an unemptiable bucket of popcorn. It would set a good mood for scenes like this. Oh, and an invisible couch to sit on. Wait a second, can't I do that using my illusions? Single quote. I haven't tasted my illusions though, did they even have a taste in the first place? Loki flicked his hand and conjured a floured popcorn kernel in his mouth. Oh, it actually tastes like caramel popcorn. Crunch crunch. As such, Loki continued to watch the show that was unfolding in front of him while munching on perfectly crisp popcorn that he remembered eating in his past life. Enough, Voldemort said with seething hatred towards the young boy who called himself Tom. He had pulled back his wand after seeing that the killing curse did nothing to him and was about to try something else, but before he could. Enough, Tom said with a sneer. What happened? Can't afford to listen to your own inadequacies. Did being her Slave make you forget the things you dreamed of when you learnt about the world beyond magic. How shameful. All the Death Eaters remained silent as they watched the two Dark Lords talking to each other. Voldemort was beyond furious at this point. Has no one taught you not to lie? Voldemort spoke with silent anger since his image was being questioned. His spotlight, the spotlight that was supposed to signify his return, was being blurred and turned towards this strange boy. Everything was going in a completely unexpected direction. Tom, however, simply looked at Voldemort and then with a smirk on his face spoke calmly. You say I'm lying, so how about this? How about we declare once and for all that we aren't slaves to anyone? Voldemort was suspicious. After ridiculing him for so long, this boy wanted to settle their matter by simply stating that they weren't slaves. Voldemort was sure he wouldn't be smote down by Mother Tree of Desire in case he ever said such a thing, because he was pretty sure that as long as he didn't upset her directly, she wouldn't mind whatever he did to hold on to power. After all, she needed him to be able to function more easily in this world. But the boy, why would his telling that he was not a slave prove anything? Do you want me to tell everyone whose slave you are? Tom said, giving a coy look as he put his finger on his chin to look like he was thinking about something. I'm sure she will enjoy having a few more appendages on the planet, don't you think? Seeing the boy smirking while looking at him, Voldemort felt angry. Especially when he saw that his Death Eaters had started looking at him with some confusion. Wasn't their lord supposed to be the greatest Dark Lord of all time? When was he suddenly a slave to someone else? Seeds of doubt and confusion that Loki had planted into everyone's sea of subconscious started to grow as everyone started to question Voldemort's status. Not directly, but even Voldemort could see the hint of doubt in their eyes. So he quickly regained his calm and quickly countered the boy's questions. I am no slave. I am the devil who controls other people's desires. I am the only one who can empower them and twist them to the point of madness. I am the one that stands alone at the peak of the abyss. Is that so? The boy calmly said with an even wider smile. Then why don't you tell us all something simple? Everyone waited patiently and kept their ears out to listen to the boy's next words. Even Voldemort worried that the boy would say something strange and difficult for him to do because he seemed to know much about his past and history. I'm sure you know a thing or two about fear being a meander of the abyss pathway, right? So why don't you say that you're not a slave to him, the man you fear the most? Why don't you tell them all that he is not your master? Death Eaters frowned as most realized who the boy was talking about, since it was publicly known that if there was anyone who could stand against Voldemort, it would be the greatest white wizard of all time, Albus Dumbledore. So why would Albus Dumbledore make Voldemort his slave? The boy's words made no sense. The growing rage of confusion which had been spreading in full swing started to simmer down as everyone directed their annoyed gazes towards the boy. Perhaps he was just someone crazy who had found his way to this battlefield. Voldemort was silent for a few seconds, contemplating if the boy was just being naive or if he had a plan underneath this seemingly simple scheme. Is that it? I can't help but feel skeptical. But he truly holds no bad intentions against me, yet his hostility is so clear. It's not like I can't speak his name. Help is plenty enough for me to say his name. But what does the boy want? You think I fear his name? You think that I fear him enough to be his slave? How naive. Then say it. Say you hate him, and say that you're what terrifies him. Instead, tell the world that he is not your master and that you are much stronger than him. With the boy's fiery words, Voldemort suddenly felt a fire burn in him, a fire that fueled his anger and inflated his ego. It felt like words were trying to escape his throat in a fit of madness. And that was when Voldemort shouted to prove the boy wrong. I hate Al. Voldemort stopped midway. His voice stuck in his throat as he suddenly felt a strong dissonance in his body. It felt like his body was burning and was set on fire as his inner organs started to mutate very quickly. I'm losing control. Why? I still have my dark mark implanted on so many people. If I managed to maintain my sanity even during the time I had no body, why am I losing control now? The silence created an awkward atmosphere which Tom quickly capitalized on. "Oh, can't lie," Tom said, walking calmly towards Voldemort, with each step resonating loudly among the Death Eaters. The weight of the spotlight that was earlier on Voldemort slowly started slipping as it gravitated more and more towards the boy. Voldemort's thoughts had devolved into a rapid flurry of questions that were aimed at understanding the current situation. But among them all only one question grabbed his entire attention. How did he do this? He's not even a demigod. How did he attack me by slipping past my danger premonition? How is he making me lose control? The boy finally arrived close enough to the Dark Lord and leaned in until his breath touched the Dark Lord's cold face. After leaning in so close, the boy whispered into his ear, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear because of the silence. "You fear me, don't you? I can smell it, and it stinks." Voldemort's eyes widened, but almost immediately he felt like he was losing control even faster, which made his first focus to fix his rapidly degenerating body. But that wasn't so easy. It was difficult, much more difficult than he had assumed. Dissenting voices rose within him. He felt his body bubble and his heart shake. Something within him was eating him. He could feel the tension that had gripped his chest. "Do I fear him? No, the boy is playing with you. Don't listen to him." "But my killing curse didn't work on him. The last time it didn't. I lost my body." "Are you a fool? He's obviously using a trick to make you lose control. He could be a spectator pathway beyander. One that has implanted the seeds of losing control deep within you." "No way. There hasn't been another spectator that good since that despicable man." "Despicable? Mind your words. He is someone we dearly love and respect. Dumbledore was our closest teacher. He promised to help us whenever he could. How could such a lovely person be despicable? He's the greatest wizard of all time. Don't you dare speak bad things about him." "Huh, what? How easy," the boy said with a smile. He pushed Voldemort casually, causing him to have to quickly take a step back to prevent himself from falling onto the floor. The move scared all the Death Eaters around them, since in their eyes Voldemort was supposed to be the one almighty true god that could never be toppled. Their blood turned cold and they suddenly felt like they were as vulnerable as baby deers. When the boy's gaze swept past them, they felt like they had been marked with a noose around their necks. Everyone was positively terrified. Loki had very carefully planned all of what had happened in this short interval. The boy, Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had the appearance of Tom from the diary Horcrux that Harry Potter had destroyed in the second year, was just an illusion that Loki had created after studying the soul he had captured using the greedy ring of harvest in the second year. An illusion which allowed Loki to ignore Voldemort's killing curse by simply walking through it, since the boy didn't really exist, since what was visible to everyone else was just an illusion and not real. But since he could control what his illusions could touch, Loki used it to push Voldemort lightly and make him think that the person in front of him was a real person. It was to keep him guessing, wondering if a part of his own soul had betrayed him. To feel scared and afraid of the hidden powers backing it. Combined with Loki's slow delivery to reveal information about her, and other such things that only Voldemort's soul would know, it set up the perfect stage for Loki to use his first weapon against Voldemort. The weapon wasn't something complicated or even one that Loki had built himself. It was something that he had acquired very recently. He had acquired this weapon from Harry Potter. Harry didn't know he was carrying such a potent weapon, while its actual creator Albus Dumbledore didn't know that his work would be used in such a clever way as Loki had planned for it. And Loki had planned to use this weapon because he knew that he himself couldn't make one better than this, since Dumbledore was a master in this field while he was just stepping into it. When Loki was teleported from the Quidditch pitch to Voldemort's resurrection site, he abused his proximity to Harry Potter and distance from Dumbledore to perform a simple theft. Loki stole the corruption that was deeply embedded in Harry Potter's body of heart and mind. The corruption that made Harry Potter unquestionably rely on Albus Dumbledore, one that allowed him to control exactly how Harry Potter saw and analyzed his actions. And as soon as the illusory boy, Tom, arrived close to Voldemort, Loki simply implanted the corruption into the sea of subconscious of his illusion before spreading it to Voldemort. As such, Voldemort's persona instantly split up when Dumbledore's corruption started to spread around his island of consciousness, causing him to misremember facts about his own past and made him believe that Dumbledore was his greatest ally instead of enemy. Everything from the beginning of Loki's arrival was carefully planned to put him out of the spotlight so that he could act in the shadows, pulling strings that no one knew could be pulled. To the world, the only living Beander of the spectator pathway were a few Hogwarts graduates along with Albus Dumbledore. And while there were a few low-level Beander characteristics around, Voldemort didn't know that Loki could manipulate the sea of consciousness to such an extent. Especially since Dumbledore unknowingly built Loki's weapon. A weapon so strong, a corruption so strong, since it was built to remain hidden from everyone else. This single weapon had forced Voldemort to remain confused and guessing. It was what kept Voldemort under the radar, forcing him to misunderstand who he was actually fighting against. While Voldemort knew that the illusory Tom had something to do with all of this, he knew much better that only someone like Albus Dumbledore could pull off such a deep mental manipulation that could slip past his defenses. And since Loki would have to fight Voldemort himself very soon, he wanted to make sure that Voldemort was never going to be in his peak condition, since it was very obvious to him that fighting a Sequence 3 Saint while he was still just a Sequence 5 was asking for too much. As such, with the stage set up, Loki pulled of his final move of the first act in this elaborate play he had set up. Tom looked into Voldemort's eyes and just calmly started walking away. He kept eye contact with Voldemort as he walked backwards into the alley shrouded in darkness. "Remember this, Mr. Dark Lord, I will let you live for now. But I will come back to reap your life once and for all. Maybe now, maybe a few seconds later, maybe when you are sleeping, maybe even when you're shitting. But I will be there, right in front of you to look into your eyes so that you can see your death reflected in mine." The illusion started to dissolve into the air as Tom's smile only deepened. "Oh, and your followers seem loyal. I might just as well take the lives of those that follow you. Or I could turn them into my own followers, who knows what the future holds." The boy lifted his hand and waved goodbye as he vanished away into the depths of the dark lanes of Nocturne Alley. Except right before he vanished, a large flare shot out of his wand. It flew to the skies at rapid speeds before exploding into a large explosion of fireworks that hung in the sky like a dark mark which was about to spell their doom. When everyone looked back at the boy, he had already vanished. They couldn't sense his presence or even see him using spirit vision. Almost at the same time, everyone heard a rush of footsteps and spotted several unspeakables charge towards the clearing. "Well, phase 1 of the plan has finished perfectly," Loki said while munching on popcorn. "Now I just need to wait for Laura to arrive. Given how you know who is so openly here, I'm sure several of them will try to ask for reinforcements. Laura should be here soon after that." Voldemort realized what was happening and, given his worsening condition, quickly composed himself, trying his best to control his rapidly degenerating condition moving towards insanity and loss of control. The unspeakables that had arrived quickly stood stunned in shock as their eyes widened when they saw the horde of Death Eaters in front of them. They quickly pulled out their wands, but Harry's words shocked them all. Harry had broken free from Voldemort's spell when Voldemort had started losing control due to Loki's corruption weapon, so as soon as he saw reinforcements arrive, he shouted out loud. "That is Voldemort. He has resurrected using a strange ritual." Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Voldemort after hearing Harry's words. Hermione was the fastest to recover after hearing Harry's words, as she almost immediately flicked her wand to shoot out a spell. And as if setting fire to a powdered keg, it caused both sides to explode into a flurry of magical exchanges. The unspeakables flicked their wands and shot a barrage of spells towards the Death Eaters that had surrounded Loki and Harry, while the Death Eaters were a little slower to respond. The colors of spells varied and moved at different speeds towards different targets, but Loki wasn't very interested in that, since he knew well that even 1,000 more of such simple spells wouldn't be enough to scratch Voldemort or even an ordinary saint. "I should have gotten a real camera. I could take you-know-who's bald picture and everyone's reaction to it too. Can't he regrow his hair using potions? Single quote. I stole his hair roots, so it shouldn't be possible, but well, I guess magic might always have a solution. I should study hair regrowth under Madame Pomfrey. Voldemort, who'd gained some semblance of control over his body by quickly isolating his mental insanity behind several occlumency shields, flicked his wand in a heavy and large arc. Out of his bone-white wand, poured out a fire as crimson as blood. It slithered into the air like a phoenix, transforming into a dragon by the end as it crashed into the oncoming onslaught of manpower. All the Unspeakables' eyes widened as they saw their spells harmlessly sputter on the giant fiery dragon with no other effects. The exorbitant display suddenly made everyone remember just why they feared the madman in front of them. With morale rising, Voldemort shouted, "Today we announce our return. Show them why they fear us." But in the soft silence afterwards, everyone heard the one, two or even a few sudden pops that signified the escape of a few Death Eaters. Morale had already dropped irreversibly in the Death Eaters, and it seemed like Voldemort's display was doing nothing to really help it improve, for now. Loki, having rested enough while using illusions to ridicule Voldemort, stood up casually as a few Death Eaters rushed up to them to hold them hostage and give them leverage over the oncoming force. But they all stopped when Loki said something simple. "Seriously. The Dark Lord is right here and you think he needs to hold the great Harry Potter hostage to win a fight against the Ministry of Magic? Do you not even respect the strength that the world fears?" The words felt like daggers piercing their hearts. The Death Eaters that were rushing towards them froze and looked towards Voldemort. And instead of the support they had hoped they would get, they all saw the maddened look he was giving them. It felt like he was going to eat them alive. The Death Eaters cursed and instantly changed targets. They continued running towards Loki and Harry, but when they reached the two kids they didn't stop. Instead, they rushed to cover the alleyways behind them from where their enemies were pouring in. Harry turned towards Loki, to reassure him that Dumbledore would help them out, but Loki was surprisingly calm. As if the Dark Lord in front of them was never a threat to him in the first place. While it did unnerve Harry, it also gave him a feeling of reassurance and reliability. As such, knowing that Loki likely had a plan, Harry asked him, "What should we do now, Loki?" Loki looked at Harry and then at Voldemort before a small smile made its way to his face. "What do you think?" "Of course, our aim is to take down the Dark Lord." "Is that something that you even need to ask? It's just like the third task. You hunt the creatures, leave the Nexus to me." Harry's eyes widened, but then he smiled happily. "Sure, just don't take too long like last time. I was worried, you know." Loki laughed lightly before turning to look at Voldemort, who spared him a casual glance before turning to control his fiend fire dragon, which the Unspeakables were trying to defend against. Hey, the man was just terrified of me. But now he's trying to keep up his reputation. Well, either way, I just need the demon helping him torture those souls for his ritual. Now that I think about it, this information was at ROB's warehouse. Did I go there and get my memories messed up? Sigh, whoever it is that messed with my memories, doesn't seem to be interfering with my plans, for now, so the best bet would be to follow them as is. It's too late to go back and do something else anyway. Loki looked at the piles of bodies for a few seconds before shifting his gaze towards Voldemort. I just need to make sure he can't teleport away from here along with the demon and the bodies it is torturing. So I need to keep pressing him to make him stay here without thinking of leaving. A good way to do that would be to talk trash to him so that it becomes a temporary goal of his to take me down to regain his prideful position as the Dark Lord. And well, I do have another special weapon I can use if things start getting out of hand. Loki looked back at Voldemort, took a few deep breaths, and then calmly walked in his direction. Loki's wand was primed with spirituality and it was exuding a dark aura. Every step Loki took dissolved him from the moonlight, as if something was concealing his figure. With a flick of his wand, shadows wound around him as they covered him entirely. It wasn't hard for Voldemort to guess what was going on in the minds of all the people currently around him. He didn't even have to look at their desires to understand or even verify their thoughts. It was clear to him that whoever the person who had taken on the appearance of his first Horcrux was working with the Ministry of Magic. Since it was the flare that alerted several squads of patrolling people about his appearance while they were en route to their general patrolling checkposts. He knew very well that the number of people who had started disappearing in Nocturne Alley over the past year, who he had been collecting for his advancement ritual, had alerted the Ministry of Magic about his intentions. But it was all a calculated risk, since he knew that as long as he was revived successfully, not many would be able to stop him. He hadn't anticipated the arrival of the strange person mimicking his Horcrux, but the basic principle still held. He would use the people dragged into the fight right now to re-establish his dominance. As such, in the messy state that was his mind right now, Voldemort was trying to debate over a single question. Should I stay until they call in reinforcements? Dumbledore is the best. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of all time. I should surrender to Dumbledore and ask him to forgive me out of love and become his slave. Dumbledore is the. If I don't want to ask her for help, a saint would be helpful in completing my ritual quicker. Voldemort wasn't sure about which way he leaned, but Loki had already decided what was going to happen on the stage he had created. He only wanted to drag out the battle a little longer so that they could depend on the support of high sequence Beyonders and Laura to help curb Voldemort's ruthlessness. Yet the few minutes they had to wait felt like years passing by as they were forced to comprehend and defend against forces they couldn't understand. The gigantic flaming dragon landed on the ground heavily. Its temperature so hot that the shacks and buildings surrounding the area were set ablaze, turning the entire area into a blazing sea of corrupting fire. The worst part was that anything that came in contact with the dragon was only consumed by it to grow stronger and larger. Among these patrolling Beyonders, the first to respond were the Hermione and Daphne, who looked at the incoming fiery dragon with a sense of helplessness and despair. But they weren't the only ones feeling that despair. Almost everyone present in the area felt a rising feeling of fear of death as they stared at the giant fiery monstrosity. This was Voldemort's aim in bringing out a monstrosity made out of fiendfire. He wanted to amplify their fear and despair, to drive them all to the edge of insanity. He wanted to hold them hostage by keeping their desires on the teetering edge of sanity and insanity, so that when high sequence Beyonders arrived he could use them as audience for his advancement ritual. Normally he wouldn't have needed such hostages, since he was strong enough to be able to fend off multiple non-combat high-sequence Beyonders, but he was currently battling insanity himself. Since he was on the edge of losing control because of how his mind had started splitting, making it hard for him to control his own Beyonder abilities and his magic. Voldemort's left arm transformed partially into a clawed hairy mess that had the tips of its nails slowly become engulfed by a dark cursed flame. A dangerous smirk showed up on Voldemort's lips as he thrust his hand forward. Harry ducked low as another Death Eater shot the killing curse towards him. Harry's eyes moved like ping-pong balls, scanning the crowd, aiming to find their weakness and strike at them as he moved without hesitation. Harry's mind was also in disarray after having seen Voldemort's mighty dragon. But his trust in Loki kept him focused on his mission. He was just glad he didn't have to bear the burden of all that was happening. For some reason, he felt freer than he usually did, and he suddenly felt unburdened by his actions. He still felt hurt when he saw the Beyonders that had been made to lose control by Voldemort, but he also moved faster through the groups of Death Eaters to make sure that the score was at least even. Dodging another killing curse aimed at his chest, Harry rushed towards the corresponding Death Eater before stabbing his stomach with an enchanted blade that Dumbledore had given him. Almost instantly, the Death Eater started to mutate, and in mere moments, the man turned into a bulbous organ of meat and flesh that looked to be in a profound sense of pain and agony. The other Death Eaters suddenly felt that fighting Harry was not worth it and began to cast spells aimed at slowing him down instead of killing him so that they could save themselves. The killing curses changed to curses that created swamps and thick roots or shot out ropes and snakes that entangled Harry's feet, but the young man cut through them using his wand and chased down the Death Eaters like it was his calling, even if he was going to be a little slow in the process because of it. Voldemort watched the chaos that was unfolding with a glimmer in his eyes. It felt nice to watch the world burn. The Beyonders that managed to escape his desire manipulation were so focused on dealing with fiendfire that they didn't notice when the fingers on Voldemort's demon hand twitched once again as he planted a seed of corruption into the bodies of the Beyonders that had lost control. All he wanted to do was plan for an escape route after he fought the high-sequence Beyonder that would appear as reinforcement. After all, what better way is there to safely escape than to hold their own people hostage? Voldemort's thoughts proceeded logically, his cold ruthlessness unbridled by any emotions or desires, sharpening as he began to use more and more of it. All of a sudden the feeling of returning to his life of watching other people being tormented under his power made him feel big and strong. Yet Tom's words from earlier rang in his mind. His face turned into a frown and then his pride curtailed itself once again. Tisk. Voldemort turned away from the silly combat that the low to mid-sequence Beyonders were taking part in with his flaming pet as he effortlessly managed to fix any damage they did to it without effort. Instead, Voldemort focused his efforts on the pile of bodies that were kept barely alive. Just as Voldemort was about to flick his wand and begin the advancement ritual with the help of the demon that had been buried in the pile of bodies, his danger premonition warned him. Voldemort quickly turned around and flicked his wand casually, causing a blistering red ball of fire to explode at his feet. "It's you," Voldemort said as he recognized Loki. There was a frown on his face as he thought back to the first year when he assumed he had killed the boy, only for him to use the flaring sun charm to turn the tables on him instead. "It's not really an honor to have your name and face be remembered by someone like you," Loki commented casually while his wand buzzed and hummed with spirituality filling it to the brim. Voldemort evaluated Loki for a few seconds before he broke out into a Cheshire grin. "There aren't any unicorns this time that will save you, boy. Are you sure about that?" Loki asked with a smile on his face as he pulled out a bottle of silvery liquid from his waist. But Voldemort remained undeterred, his grin only widened as he spoke calmly. "And how many times will that save you from me when I've returned to my full power?" "Once. Twice." Loki only laughed. "Once. Twice. Well, we shall find out soon enough, I guess. But before we begin, I wanted to ask you a question." Voldemort didn't accent, but he was still curious about what the boy wanted to ask him, especially when he could have just run away after he allowed the boy to so kindly vanish into the shadows earlier. "I want to know, what does it feel like to be outsmarted? You see, I've never been on the losing end ever since I've come here, to this world, but you've lost plenty of times before, against children no less." Loki's smile widened but Voldemort's smile vanished. Instead he raised his wand and spoke in a thin seething tone. "I assumed you had some rationality to you. Perhaps you might have been a good tool if you joined my side. Now I only pity you for you have chosen death." "Death? How funny. I'd like to know though, do you fear him? The boy that just scared you enough to shit your pants, he left you alive for now, didn't he? Do you feel scared? Knowing that the Grim Reaper is going to come after you?" Voldemort's scowl deepened and with a sharp flick of his wand he spoke in anger. "In a duel, one must show their utmost respect for the opponent. Now bow to me. Really? Duel? Respect? You're funny. If you think that doing a little foolish wand waving is going to make me bend for you, you must be a diminutive idiot." Voldemort's face showed confusion as he flicked his wand again. But Loki flicked his wand at almost the same time, and almost silently, the spell that Voldemort cast on Loki to bow appeared to have been cancelled. "Except, why don't I show you how it's done?" Loki said with a smile. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly when he saw Loki cancel his spell effortlessly as if he were swatting a fly, but then his eyes further widened when he suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his back. Loki hadn't just cancelled Voldemort's spell, he had taken charge of it and rechanged its target to Voldemort himself. This was thanks to Rowena's notes about how magic understood the intent of the caster through the Sea of Subconscious and the Chaos Sea. As such, since each spell was connected to the Sea of Subconscious, as long as Loki could pollute the intent, he could change what it was meant to do. And with his control over the Sea of Subconscious, Loki could easily repurpose spells that were sent at him to attack his enemies instead of himself. Voldemort managed to hold himself straight and not bend, but the simple act of feeling pressured to do something made him stunned. Loki's threat level in his mind suddenly rose to an all-time high. How is this possible? Is he truly his Horcrux? Is he truly backed by him? Voldemort tried to reason the situation in front of him. His mind thinking back to the report Barty Crouch Jr. had given him a few weeks ago, about Loki being the person that was the Horcrux of Harpo the Foul, but he hadn't paid much attention to it, thinking that it was just a ruse and not something serious. The Beyonder world was wrought with false information after all. Each Tom, Dick and Harry claimed to be Voldemort, Merlin or even Harry himself. But right now, looking at Loki's skill, Voldemort was at a loss for words or reasons to understand how Loki was so proficient at magic. Is the boy truly his Horcrux? But unfortunately, the split personalities in his head currently had their own thoughts on the matter. Look at you shaking and trembling. Look at you trying to rationalize the skills of a child. How low you've fallen without a little practice. So much for being the greatest Dark Lord. A mere child has stood up to you. Twice. Might as well roll over and show him your belly like a dog. You still have time. Out of his kindness, perhaps the great Albus Dumbledore might accept you on his side. You have valuable information that you could give to him. Just surrender. There's still time. Accept your wrongdoing and enough. All fighting against his own thoughts did was worsen Voldemort's condition. But being true to his roots as an Abyss Pathway member, Voldemort instantly suppressed his rampaging emotions as he scanned Loki from head to toe, trying to find out how his abilities worked. Who are you? Voldemort asked in a fierce tone that demanded answers. Loki only smiled however as he matched eyes with Voldemort and spoke in a smooth and light tone. Don't you know? I mean, if you've copied my method of immortality, surely you know me right. Voldemort's eyes trembled. No, you can't be him. Your soul is complete. You are not a fragment. Loki's smile only widened. Do you think I remained sitting all these years? Of course, I improved upon my magic. Magic which you seem to have only barely grasped. Voldemort scrutinized Loki, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth or lying, but Loki didn't stop there. I met your other Horcruxes, you know. They were all subpar to say the least. Especially your last Horcrux, the diadem, pretty boring if I say so myself. Voldemort's eyes widened further as his hands trembled. Before Loki could react, Voldemort's fingers flicked as Voldemort caused Loki's desires to explode with fierce intensity. Voldemort had planted a defiling seed into Loki. Loki, however, reacted calmly by simply stealing away seed and turning it into a rune that existed outside his body. Is that all you've got? Loki asked Voldemort with a Cheshire grin. Voldemort's eyes narrowed as he gripped his wand tighter, trying to understand what Loki had done to his defiling seed since he could no longer feel it. An item, or occlumency. But Loki didn't make it any easier and didn't give Voldemort the time to think. With a smile, Loki spoke calmly, my turn, and flicked his wand like a graceful orchestra conductor. Mens velox acus. Voldemort instantly went on alert when his danger premonition alerted him as he looked at Loki and his wand, trying to figure out what Loki was doing, but in mere moments, Voldemort felt something wrong. Voldemort's eyes widened wildly when he looked down at his body. His body was mutating rapidly. He suddenly felt detached from his body as he watched in horror how it started showing signs of loss of control, with his body repeatedly sprouting fur as it started to turn into a demonic entity. But before he could even begin to address what was going on, he felt his world slow down, before a sudden thrust to his mental barriers caused him to almost kneel as the world around him started to spin. Voldemort, for the first time in decades, felt fear, pain, joy, terror and sheer horror as he felt the time he was in the comfort of his mother's embrace before she passed him to an orphanage and died. His time in the orphanage when he was bullied, when he discovered magic, when he took revenge against those bullies, when he met Albus Dumbledore for the first time, when he learnt about Hogwarts. Voldemort felt overwhelmed. Emotions that he had never felt after becoming a Sequence 8 cold-blooded, came rushing to him as he teared up. Bellatrix on the side froze as she looked at Voldemort, becoming silent when she saw tears streak down his face. The silence soon spread to the other Death Eaters who suddenly became stunned. No one on the entire battlefield could comprehend that Voldemort had actually cried. "Oh, you're already dead," Loki joked while casually watching Voldemort struggling to comprehend the attack he'd just launched. Even though Voldemort was shaking his head like a drunk man as he tried to come to terms with the situation after Loki's attack, Loki didn't take the initiative or even launch another spell at him. The reason was simple: he knew Voldemort could do several things to get him killed because he was 2 entire sequences above him when Loki wasn't even a demigod. Voldemort could simply do a partial transformation into his mythical creature form and Loki would be done for in the next couple of seconds. Loki knew this was a trap, hence he just watched as Voldemort flicked his wand and caused all the mutations in his body to disappear as if they never existed. But Voldemort's condition wasn't as great as Loki made it out to be. He currently had a killer headache because of the spell, since it seemed to be something that brutally tried to attack his body of heart and mind. It felt like someone had mauled his head, grabbed it like a dog and torn it apart like a house in a storm. Although his defenses had held up against the spell, it was only just barely because Loki had already ruined his mental state while he was Marvolo Riddle using Dumbledore's corruption. The voices in Voldemort's head got sharper and crueler as he started to feel various emotions that he'd stopped feeling a long time ago when he successfully became a Sequence 8 cold-blooded. Voldemort was currently feeling himself swinging between total madness and sanity. He felt like if he took the wrong step he would return to being the same wisp of consciousness he was when he was defeated all those years ago by Harry Potter. Doing anything in this moment felt unnecessarily burdensome. So Voldemort took Loki much more seriously. He didn't know what spell the boy used, but it was better to guard against it just in case it was used again. So Voldemort did something rather simple: he created a mental shield to form strict restrictions on his entire mindscape. He did this by using the rune for slowness and degeneration in demon speak. It brought the degradation of his mind to a creeping halt. Although not permanent and self-harming, since it would also slowly degenerate his own mind, it would do for now. Loki knew nothing about all this, but he did suspect that Voldemort was acting stronger than he appeared to be. But with nothing substantial backing his claims, it was all baseless for now. Voldemort and Loki simultaneously looked at each other. Their eyes dangerously gleamed in the dark as each formed several plans and counter-plans that would be used against their opponents in the next few minutes. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort started with the spell that shot out a strong green bolt of light that rushed towards Loki. Loki, with his spirit vision active, could easily see the runes that floated around the spell and easily deciphered that the spell was not the killing curse. And so instead of dodging the spell or transfiguring the ground to help delay it, Loki flicked his wand and conjured the Portkey shield. Can he not control his spirituality well? Because of all the mental instability, Loki thought as he noticed streams of the spell spreading around the area and knocking into the ground. A blatant waste of spirituality in a duel that could be decided on who could last longer. The semi-transparent shield conjured took the brunt force of the attack, but the remaining force was still enough to knock Loki off his feet and throw him several steps behind. Loki wasn't thrown back violently or anything, it was much like how one is lifted off the ground while on a seesaw. Loki almost glided back. The two duelers locked eyes again, causing Voldemort to prompt a smile. "I hope this is not all you have in your pockets." I assure you, Mr. Dark Lord, my pockets are, especially deep. Voldemort's forehead creased since he didn't like the sound of what Loki promised, but then he smiled and spoke calmly. "I wonder what face you'll make when I have you writhing beneath my feet." "Oh, don't worry. You don't have to stress your brain too hard. I know imagination is not your forte, the angel of imagination is what you fear, I sent that rig." Voldemort's wand flicked again to shut him up. A thick red beam of light rushed towards Loki, and this time, instead of using the Portkey shield, he did something clever. With a flick of his wand, Loki flung out his spirituality at high speed. A thick blue tendril formed out of his wand and made its way towards Voldemort's spell. The two collide in the air, and a dance between blue and red invaded the sights of all the other people present in the area. Both Loki and Voldemort pushed out their spirituality to keep their spells alive while fighting against each other. The fights on the sidelines froze since Voldemort had stopped focusing on controlling the Fiendfire dragon, causing Cedric to start chipping it away bit by bit. The rest of the Beyonders all looked at Loki and Voldemort, wondering who would win in the clash between them. Although none believed that Loki could do anything, Voldemort's poor control was slowly becoming more and more apparent. The red tendril that extended out of Voldemort's wand flickered and fluctuated as a lot of it shot out around the spell Loki was casting, causing several smaller red tendrils to clash with the ground on Loki's side. Loki was suspicious about the tendrils and didn't want to let them get close to him since Voldemort might have done such a thing on purpose, so he always made sure to slap away any that came too close with blue tendrils of his own. The red light from Voldemort's end flickered some more before it suddenly snapped audibly like the snap of a guitar string as the spirituality contained within it exploded like a firecracker. All the people surrounding the fight grew ecstatic and became overjoyed when they saw Voldemort lose. They watched Loki's blue tendril rush through the broken remains of the red streak of spirituality as it tore through everything in its path while advancing towards Voldemort. With his focus on the spell, Loki missed the smile on Voldemort's face as he flicked his wand once again. A sharp green light exploded out of Voldemort's wand and caused Loki's blue tendril to explode in place. "Did you really think?" Voldemort was about to gloat, but before he could speak another word, Loki's blue tendril that had been exploded dissipated and gave way to a fresh new purple tendril that was hidden within it. Voldemort was surprised by the spell and annoyed at being interrupted, but he handled Loki's deception well. With a simple flick of his wand, Voldemort intercepted the fresh spell and diverted its path away from himself and into the ground. This time, however, he waited for a few moments before making sure that Loki had no more tricks up his sleeve as he spoke. "Did you really think?" But before anyone could comprehend what had happened, Voldemort's head was suddenly and violently ripped apart. Voldemort was beheaded. Hey. He missed it. Or did he? There was a sudden startling silence in which the Death Eaters and the Unspeakables all looked at the head that had been tossed into the air by shadowy appendages that had ripped Voldemort's head off. Only by looking at the shadowy appendages did people realize what Loki had done. He had used the intense lighting due to the clash between the spell trails of himself and Voldemort to cover up the shadows that had encroached onto his territory. His plan was never to take him down by a simple spell but to decapitate him by using the shadows as his limbs to slice his head off. He did it. Both Death Eaters and Unspeakables were happy to a certain extent, but most other Death Eaters panicked. A few more, like Bellatrix, were intensely worried and shocked beyond words. How could that boy do this? How could the Dark Lord be taken down so easily? The Death Eaters, who assumed that this was the end of things, rushed to apparate away, but just before apparating away their gazes fell on Loki, wondering how happy the kid would be for defeating the Dark Lord. But the expected happiness that everyone assumed would be on Loki's face never appeared. Instead, what marred it was a profound frown. And before anyone could react, Loki jumped backwards. Almost as instantly as he did, spikes of trees sprouted out of the ground and pierced the air. The branches appeared corrupted and human in nature as they bled red blood from the several cracks in them. Soft murmurings and whispers entered everyone's ears as they all found it hard to control their bodies. Suddenly, everyone was feeling terrible. They all wanted to run away as a creeping madness clawed at their minds. It was almost as if the world would have taken them under had they not forcibly entered a state of cogitation. Those who could not do so since they lacked the ability to do so, started to mutate into blobs of flesh with reproductive organs hanging from their fleshy bodies. Hermione nearly puked midway through while noticing these changes as she used transfiguration to fight and keep them away from the Beyonders trying to control Voldemort's Fiendfire dragon. The floating head and the headless body flickered for a moment, transforming into something translucent before they shot towards each other and reattached. The shadowy mist that was Voldemort's figure blurred for a second before it reformed into Voldemort. Voldemort had used his ability to turn into a mass of desires. An ethereal construct which allowed him to negate most physical damage by simply turning into a dark mass of desires before turning back into his humanoid form. Loki looked at the man with a frown while Voldemort looked at Loki with a frown. Both sides had set up traps and sprung it at the most opportune moment, but each one had already noticed it, encountered it. Each eyed the other warily since they'd begun taking each other seriously. Loki was more frustrated because he could see that Voldemort wasn't just fighting him but was also handling the fiendfire at the same time. He had just made it look like he wasn't focusing on the fiendfire so that Loki would think he'd truly died. "You're good." Voldemort finally conceded a little. He looked at Loki for a few moments and then asked softly, "Would you like to join me? I can give you much more than what he can." A smile sprouted on Loki's face and then he spoke calmly. "Would you believe me if I did most of all this on my own?" Voldemort's eyes widened a little and then his eyes narrowed. "Is that so? I see then, this leaves us with no other way." Loki agreed and lifted his hand with his wand. Voldemort did the same. Both sides had grown a sort of respect for the other side since their own expectations had been surpassed. While Loki hadn't ever thought he could defeat Voldemort, but since this was his first time fighting someone at such a high level, he felt some respect. As such, apart from wanting to meet his objective of delaying things until Laura arrived, Loki also secretly wanted to learn more from his duel with Voldemort. Each dueler gave the other a secret nod of acknowledgement before they flicked their wands and started an attack at the same time. On the other end, Hermione was struggling. While most of the Beyonders were doing their best to keep each other safe from the assaulting Fiendfire and the Death Eaters, Hermione, being the weakest of them all, had to deal with the Beyonders that had lost control. Most of them had started attacking any random thing in front of them to deal with the terrifying feeling of anger erupting in their currently single-celled brains. Their eyes, how many ever they had growing out of their bulbous bodies, all turned around frantically trying to find a different target so that they could go ham on it. Hermione's eyes hovered over Loki and Voldemort. And almost instantly she felt her hands tremble as she felt her nerves draw taut. Voldemort's presence on the battlefield wasn't just something everyone felt and ignored. Hermione could see that the closer people were standing to him, the more they were feeling a constant sense of subordination. And if she was able to feel Voldemort's strong presence from this far and it was making her feel afraid, Hermione wasn't sure how Loki was even able to stand straight in front of Voldemort. Her eyes especially widened when she saw just how crazily and narrowly Loki was dodging Voldemort's spells while retaliating with his own spells that Voldemort was either forced to dodge or defend against. "He's not going to die, is he?" Hermione thought with a heavy sadness. Just as the thought rose up in Hermione's head, she quickly tried to push it away from her mind. Except the mind didn't work like that. The more Hermione tried to force the thought away from her head, the more a dark and dreary feeling grew inside her chest. Especially when a certain strange thought arose in her mind. If our destinies are being controlled, then does it mean that to help Harry firm his motivation against you-know-who, someone will sacrifice themselves here? In any other scenario, Loki would have clapped and given Hermione a standing ovation for being so perceptive about Dumbledore's plans. But if he'd heard her thoughts right now and realized that she was trying to jinx his survival, he'd rather have beaten her up a little. Even her place in his heart that rivaled Elaine's wouldn't have saved her. Hermione then looked at Harry, who was running through the groups of Death Eaters, doing much of exactly what she was doing but for himself instead of Daphne. She watched as Harry rushed around, dodging several spells and Beyonder abilities as he disabled the Death Eaters by using a knife that she recognized was the one Dumbledore had given to Harry as a gift for doing well in the second task. Did he know about this happening? Is all of this his plan? But then, did he want you-know-who to come back? Hermione's hands shook as she thought of all these things as her fear started to grow. She couldn't comprehend the games of all these high-level existences around her. She felt like a washed-up fisherman's boat facing an unbreakable storm as it was being continuously ravaged by towering waves and predatory sprays of spells while having to keep the boat upright. Eventually, however, Hermione tightened the grip on her wand as she remembered Loki's words to her at the start of the year. In this world where terrors roam among humans, the only way to survive and keep everyone close to you safe is by becoming a terror yourself. Hermione did not know what went on in the minds of these high-level existences, but instead of cowering in fear as she had been until now, she firmed her resolve to do what she could do right now. And the only thing she could do was focus on digesting her potion to grow stronger. Looking at the monstrosities in front of her, Hermione flicked her wand and transformed the ground made out of thick concrete and stone into sharp spikes that pierced through the out-of-control monsters and held them in place. If they were simple monsters, this would have worked fine, but the troubling part was that they were Beyonders that had lost control. As soon as Hermione made an effort to attack them, the monsters locked their many eyes onto her and all used their special abilities. One sent several fireballs towards her while another attempted to beat her with a giant whip of thorns. Hermione didn't know to which pathway the ability belonged to, but she knew enough to know that getting hit by it would be terrible. As Hermione was getting more and more pressured, she began to use her Beyonder abilities by disguising them as some sort of spell by simply flicking her wand. A thin fog started to gather in the area as Hermione used its cover to rush around the monsters and either freeze them for just long enough that she could cut them with the Diffindo charm or set them on fire with scarlet flames, all abilities from her Sequence 8 Trickmaster Beyonder ability. And sticking true to her recent resolve, Hermione didn't forget to use this opportunity to act to digest her potion. Her combat style slowly shifted from being plain and simple stabs and defenses to a tricky dance of perception and focus. Her combat started to revolve around emerging in a random place in the fog as if she was teleporting around the Beyonders that had lost control before casting a carefully planned spell that seemed random and vanishing again. Under the cover of the fog, Hermione used her mystical doors to further confuse the monsters by moving through the spirit world to move around in completely unpredictable ways in the real world. She didn't do it regularly and wasted her spirituality, but used it just as the out-of-control monsters began to catch onto her movement patterns and cornered her by working together to surround her. Still, progress on her front was slow. Simply because of the overwhelming number of attacks she had to constantly dodge and thread through. A large hand tore through the fog as it tried descending onto her and pinning her to the ground where a few flaming hot fireballs and the whip of thorns were going to land at. Hermione dodged the hand, only to be met with a monster whose face was a mirror. As soon as Hermione saw herself in the mirror, she suddenly started to feel petrified. Her body started to freeze over slowly as she felt herself lose control of her body. So she was forced to momentarily escape into the spirit world using a door so that whatever the mirror was doing would be delayed or broken. Arriving at another spot in the foggy area, Hermione flicked her wand and cast a silent Bombarda Maxima towards the last location of the mirror and waited by being painfully still for a few seconds until she finally heard the crack, shatter and screech of the creature that was attached to the mirror. I don't know if it died. I hope it did. This is getting ridiculous. Should I ask Daft to send someone to support me? Hermione gazed at the fiery dragon and then at the struggling Beyonders who were doing their best to keep the giant creature boxed in and then shook her head. Not possible for now, I guess. And this is good for me. At least my potion's digesting quickly. Under Daphne's quick orders, all the Beyonders present directed their attacks at the Fiendfire dragon thrashing around. Daphne hadn't been elected as the leader of the group by a vote or even pre-assigned by someone like Ethan. She was just the first to react in the situation and as such was collectively assigned the de facto position of the leader of the group since there wasn't time to do much else. Each time the dragon's limbs or tail thrashed through a wall or trees, it didn't simply set them ablaze. The dragon started to grow by consuming them, making itself larger and hotter. The only thing restraining its size, for now, was Cedric's continuous casting of the counter curse for the Fiendfire dragon. The counter curse wasn't something magical that could directly reduce the flames. No, it was something that interfered with the caster's control over the Fiendfire, making it harder and harder to control them as time went by. As such, the caster was forced to make a decision: either they would banish the flames back to their realm, or risk the flames turning against them and consuming them along with everything else too. And for now, Voldemort had been banishing any flames that weren't in his control back to the abyssal dimension they were dragged out of. Daphne looked to her right and spotted two groups of Beyonders working on her orders. The first group was simply using water to make sure everything around the area was wet, which would slow down the fire dragon from burning more things around itself, even if only a little. One of the members of this group was Zacharias Smith, and he was constantly protecting the group against the flames of the fiendfire dragon by using his affinity for flames, as he was of the Red Priest pathway, to fight the obnoxious creature. 3 other people were part of this group and they were tossing around water, but they weren't of Daphne's concern. Daphne was more worried about the progress of the second group. The second group quickly set up an altar and the appropriate ritualistic candles and materials according to the ritual Cedric Diggory had explained to Daphne while fighting the dragon. Daphne was overseeing the progress of the ritual while directing any and all attacks towards the second group by attracting calamities towards herself. The calamities ranged from occasional attacks from the out-of-control Beyonders that Hermione was fighting against, the fiendfire dragon whose attacks occasionally slipped through Cedric's wall, and the direct attacks from the Death Eaters who were all fighting Harry Potter. Daphne was juggling several things at once, but she managed to get by, even if just barely, by relying on her strong sense of intuition that warned her of an unfortunate event before she was struck by it. "This ritual is the only way to leave alive from here," Daphne exclaimed as she went back to focusing on the situation around her. Her hands trembled occasionally as she saw Loki fighting with Voldemort, going toe-to-toe against each other while fearing the worst for him, since if they kept going like this, Loki was bound to make a mistake under pressure since he was less experienced than Voldemort in this situation. Her intuition continuously warned her of Voldemort, and she wanted to warn Loki of his plans and traps, but couldn't since the fiendfire dragon would always interrupt when she wanted to communicate her findings. Loki had a handle on things for now. But how long would things go his way? Daphne wondered. With Harry running around and on the loose, several Death Eaters had started using their Beyonder abilities, even if it sped up their corruption after Harry's unique knife had struck them. Harry was soon facing a ridiculous amount of pressure. As Harry ducked low under the stray whizzing killing curse traveling through the air, his instincts blared at him to force him to jump away mid-stride as the trajectory of the spell was distorted mid-flight. It was the work of someone from the lawyer pathway, who was distorting the trajectories of these spells to continuously follow Harry so that he would be on his toes and wouldn't be able to get close to any of the Death Eaters. It also made the task of the Death Eaters much easier since they didn't have to properly aim at Harry. Instead, they could just launch a barrage of spells that would automatically be routed towards Harry. Harry looked at the person who had his hand outstretched as he controlled the direction of various spells and narrowed his eyes immediately. He didn't know who was behind the mask, but the man was dangerous. He had been able to keep up with Harry's speed and advances for the last few minutes. As if he could predict exactly where and how Harry was going to move to attack him in the next few seconds. Almost instantly, as soon as they made eye contact, the several spells whizzing about were perfectly locked onto Harry as he was forced to run once again. But this time Harry had a target in mind. A flickering golden great sword appeared in his hands as Harry's muscles tensed before he shot towards the man at full speed. Except, as soon as Harry started to get close to the man calmly pulled out a small box from his inner pocket. The box was a small tin can with a simple lid, but what caught Harry's eyes was the strange beetle bug that appeared on the man's fingers. Harry's intuition screamed at him to change targets and direction, but it was too late to do anything like it, so Harry doubled down instead, hoping to use his increased speed to stop whatever the man was planning for him. Harry pushed his muscles to their limits and stomped the ground since his instincts told him he wouldn't be able to reach the man if he wasn't quick enough. And Harry was right. Almost as soon as the man closed the insect inside the box, the area around Harry suddenly grew large translucent walls that he was forced to stop in front of. Not even a kick launched from the tensed muscles of a demigod broke the container that Harry was trapped in. Harry then tried slicing the walls using his Sword of Light, but the wall easily repelled the attack. Harry tried to attack the same spot several more times in the span of a second, but it was of no use. It seemed like Harry was trapped in the walls like an insect in the box. The Death Eater who had caused all of this saw this and smiled. He had been aiming to get Harry to the perfect distance from him so he could stop controlling the several spells that Harry was continuously dodging to trap him like a bird in a cage. Seeing Harry trapped and that their spells no longer reached him because of the translucent walls around him, the other Death Eaters also stopped attacking because they didn't want to waste their spirituality. But Harry hadn't given up hope yet. He closed his eyes for a second and opened them with a smile. His already green eyes turned an even deeper shade of emerald green as various runes floated to its surface, giving him a different vision of his surroundings. While to others this difference was not very glaring or even remarkable, to Harry it meant everything. He suddenly had a deep sense of understanding of the situation he was in. A lot of new observations about the situation occupied his mind and his mental rationality reached its peak for combat. He used the action of closing the insect in a box to distort reality and close me inside a box. The box is indestructible from the inside for the insect, so I am weak against it too. But, Harry smiled as he picked out the flaw in the ability that the Death Eater had used. Harry's smile brought a small sense of danger to the Death Eater and so he spoke quickly. "Point your wands at him. He will be out soon." The voice is distorted and unrecognizable, but everyone there followed the man's commands seamlessly as they all pointed their wands at Harry. But Harry's gaze had already shifted away from the man and towards the translucent walls surrounding him. The Sword of Dawn in his hand grew even brighter as the Death Eaters readied their wands, but just as they all flicked their wands to launch the spell, Harry's sword flickered before Harry himself was in an entirely different place inside the area he was sealed in. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Harry was already stabbing a particular position in the translucent wall with full force. The entire brightness of his sword was directed towards its tip as Harry aimed to destroy the walls surrounding him with the help of a clever trick. Harry had noticed that the box was still in the Death Eater's hands, and given how he was holding them, Harry was sure that if he just damaged the point where the Death Eater was in contact with the box, the Death Eater would be damaged through the same connection. The spells whizzed closer and closer to Harry as the Death Eater distorted their destinations once again, but before anyone could realize what had happened, they all heard a loud crack followed by the shattering of glass before the Death Eater, who was holding the box, suddenly shouted as his entire hand was torn off and decimated in an explosion of light. The spells that were aimed at him suddenly all lost their trajectories, flying into the group of Death Eaters and causing a ton of chaos. It seemed like a victory for the good side. A victory over evil and a milestone in the battle around them. However, Harry, Daphne and Hermione were all growing tired. They were only still giving it their all because in front of them was Loki, who was tirelessly fighting against the biggest enemy, Voldemort. They knew that as long as Loki didn't give up and held Voldemort back, they had no reason to complain about their difficulties. Everyone's eyes glanced at Loki's postured back and then refocused on their fights. They all had similar thoughts. Be quick in whatever you want to do, I will be out of steam in a few more minutes. With their first bout ending with an even match, Loki and Voldemort had begun treating each other much more seriously. Spells were being tossed at each other, but either side still had yet to use their Beyander abilities. Loki couldn't use them easily because he didn't want to expose his pathway yet, while Voldemort didn't want to use them because Loki had a vial of unicorn blood on him that was clearly special in some ways, since Loki was confident it would block all of Voldemort's attempts at cursing him. It was at this stalemate between them that they refocused their minds to think about the objective of their fight. The boy is too dangerous to be left alone. He can grow a lot more than he has revealed yet, especially if he's taken under him, or joins his side. It also feels like he's hiding something since he hasn't attacked me directly until now. Also, the moment I try and attack him with a lethal spell, my danger intuition warns me of imminent danger. Does he have a trump card up his sleeve? Loki on the other hand was having completely wild thoughts. So when Laura arrives I'll be able to advance my sequence. But until then, shouldn't I have some fun with all this? What if I steal his fire-breathing dragon and turn it on the Death Eaters? I have an idea about something fun, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to pull it off. But it would strengthen my ritual and chances to advance through the sequence. Loki almost giggled like a girl when he stumbled upon the plan, but with an inhumane level of control by swindling his own brain by implanting thoughts into his subconscious he managed to hold back. Voldemort still spotted him trembling, but before he could assume Loki was afraid, he felt Loki's emotions elevate into joy and happiness. Huh, is he like Bellatrix? He gets off on violence and death. Before Loki and Voldemort could begin engaging in another bout, however, a soft howl resonated throughout the surroundings. From his peripheral vision, Loki spotted the brutish man he'd ordered to arrive here. A dog standing on top of a roof howled as it looked over the scene. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The dog howling was as dark as the night and looked a lot like one that Harry, Hermione and Loki had seen before. "Sirius!" Harry exclaimed as he noticed his godfather overlooking the area. Loki just clicked his tongue. This man, does he have no sense of timing? I guess I'll continue with my original plan, no need to mess around. Meanwhile, Sirius was having his own thoughts. I'm here, you mutts. Oh. Well, I'm the mutt-butt. Yeah, baby. Woo. I'm the blessed one of a divine god. Where should I go first then? Ooh, Harry. Wait. No. I mean yes. I will help him later. Wait for me, Harry. Sirius looked at everyone and determined that in spite of how cool it would be for the godfather and his son to fight side by side with each other, it was of prime importance that he helped the children deal with the fiendfire dragon, which was close to breaching their defenses. He saw that they had prepared a ritual and just needed a good chance at executing it against the gigantic dragon. So Sirius thought up a quick plan of action and rushed towards the dragon. He rushed to the edge of the roof and began to jump from roof to roof until he reached closer to the fiendfire dragon. And just as everyone thought he'd stop rushing to the dragon since there were no more safe roofs closer to the dragon, he jumped into the air and landed on an invisible platform. And under everyone's surprised gazes, a large curtain of darkness began to fall from the top of the sky. As the curtain of darkness fell, the dog's hairs grew and expanded into thin long strands as they all rushed in the air towards the dragon. Voldemort noticed it too, but before he could do anything to help out the dragon, Loki regained his attention by throwing a simple men's Velox Acus at Voldemort, causing him to have a blithering headache instantly. It was better than before since Voldemort was using defenses to keep his mind from degrading, but he still felt his body of heart and mind take a deep hit, as if it had been rocked by a sledgehammer. The curtain fell and covered the group of Beyonders preparing the ritual, Daphne and Cedric and also Hermione and the out-of-control Beyonders around her. Loki looked at the action and thanked Sirius a little since it meant that he wouldn't have to worry about Voldemort attacking any of them anymore, but quickly focused on Voldemort since his entire focus now was on Loki himself. Harry had to temporarily bear a little more because Daphne's occasional help had been taken away, but he could bear this a little since he was pretty sure Sirius would come to help him once he was done helping her. Voldemort looked at Loki and smiled. Ready to get beaten up? Loki looked at Voldemort and then smiled a little. Oh, I am, but I wonder who'll be the one getting beaten up. Loki then flicked his wand and sent a sharp spell towards the sky. The bluish light flickered a little before it fizzled out of existence, leaving everyone outside Sirius's barrier confused as to what its purpose was. A signal. Again. But I don't sense anyone around us. Voldemort was the first to notice what was going on, but he could only barely react in time by flicking his wand to protect himself. Everyone else apart from Loki was blinded momentarily as the world turned dark due to how bright the sky had suddenly gotten. It was as if a sun had exploded in the sky, flooding their eyes with light like an owl, making them blind. Voldemort, being the only one apart from Loki able to maintain his sight, saw the vast swaths of darkness and shadows bubble under the light before they extended out as finger-like appendages. The Death Eaters too slowly regained their sight and with the help of their Beyonder skills or spirit vision, managed to be able to see bits and pieces of what was happening. Under their astonished gazes, the shadowy limbs shot in the direction of the demon and the hundreds of bodies surrounding it. Although the Death Eaters were left astonished by Loki's skill in manipulating the shadows since he wasn't a Beyander of the Darkness pathway or the Secret Supplicants pathway. Their heads were filled with the same thoughts, even Voldemort, as they quickly attributed it to Sirius Black. A distraction. To take over the advancement ritual. No one noticed that their thoughts had been subtly manipulated by Loki since he planted the thought in the sea of subconsciousness through himself. He swindled himself into believing it strongly and affected the sea of subconscious of everyone else in the area surrounding him. Voldemort frowned since he had done his best throughout the fight to keep away his need and attachment to the pile of bodies. But he also understood it was a reasonable development for Loki to notice it since it was glaringly obvious that it was all meant to help Voldemort in some way after his younger self, Tom, had revealed certain aspects about it all before. So Voldemort sent a casual remark while flicking his wand to stop the shadows from reaching the demon by sending a rush of thick fleshy tree branches to pin the shadowy appendages in place. "You are too young to think of taking me on alone, young man." Except Voldemort's face froze as soon as he spoke. His voice was no longer the one he remembered. His voice had suddenly changed into another one that he had become a little familiar with. His voice had turned into Loki's voice. Voldemort then immediately looked at his body and found that everything about it had been profoundly changed to look exactly like Loki too. His position had changed too. He was standing at exactly the place Loki was standing moments ago. Even his wand had changed. Everything about him had become exactly like Loki. It was as if he had come to possess Loki's body. Voldemort's gaze shifted to look at Loki within moments, which to his horror revealed Loki looking exactly like him. Without hair. Confirming what Voldemort feared to be true. Single quote exclamation mark 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 single quote. No. This. What is this? Alarm bells rang in Voldemort's mind and rattled the locks on his mind and emotions, but he couldn't form words. The problem wasn't that an illusion was being used perfectly. Voldemort had already deciphered that Loki had used some sort of an illusion to swap their appearances and places with each other. Voldemort knew that there were several pathways like the Black Emperor pathway which could cause distortions to appear, so Loki could just be using one of such mystical items. The trouble was that Voldemort hadn't even realized when this had happened. Loki on the other hand looked completely normal as a constipated and angry Voldemort could look. Except, he was just as stunned as Voldemort. He didn't notice it happening. How? I was so prepared for retaliation. How did it all happen so smoothly? With Loki and Voldemort confused at the same time about how things had happened so smoothly, they became delayed in taking their next moves. But Loki was the fastest since he had already planned what he wanted to do next. This was a well-crafted plan that Loki had made by adding several threats and balancers to keep Voldemort at bay and prevent him from recklessly attacking him even in such a tense situation. Loki's plan was simple: no matter what method Voldemort used to kill him, except the killing curse, Loki had a weapon that he could retaliate with which would immediately send Voldemort in a state of losing control. It was a simple weapon made using pieces that Loki had acquired on his journey of life till now. But since Loki wasn't sure about exactly how much damage it would do to Voldemort and because Laura wasn't here still, he refrained from using it immediately and only used it as a deterrent to prevent Voldemort from attacking him. And so, for now, Loki was back to buying time, even though he was mostly confused about what has just happened. With a simple flick of his wand, shadows wound around Harry's legs without anyone noticing what was going on and delayed him for a fraction of a second as a spell that shot out of Loki's transformed wand hit Harry in the chest and froze him in place. As soon as Harry froze because of the spell, he collapsed much like how he had when Voldemort froze him earlier. It caused all the Death Eaters to freeze as they stopped shooting spells at Harry Potter. In their view, it was Voldemort who had acted and not Loki since Loki had swapped their appearances and positions. But they did begin to wonder why their lord was suddenly interfering in their battle instead of punishing Loki who had dared to ruin his advancement ritual. But Loki didn't stop there. Instead, he turned towards the Death Eaters and commanded them in a harsh tone while exploiting his connection to them with the sea of subconscious to instill a vague sense of fear in everyone around him. The boy is not yours to defeat. The Death Eaters were startled when they suddenly heard Voldemort speaking to them. Some afraid that Voldemort wanted them dead because he'd seen them try and kill the boy when it was clear that Voldemort wanted to deal with the boy himself. Stop this nonsense at once. A voice interrupted, causing everyone to look over towards it. The voice, although not very recognizable to the Death Eaters, brought along with it a familiar sense of fear that everyone recognized. They felt like the voice was Voldemort speaking. But when everyone turned towards it, they found it was just Loki speaking. Everyone was doubtful for a second, but before they could decide what was going on, they all saw the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, suddenly start moving his arms and by extension his wand. It appeared to everyone that the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, was trying to control the shadowy appendages that the corrupted trees had pinned down to try and reach the demon in charge of torturing the souls of humans required for the advancement ritual. In reality, it was actually Loki, who was using illusions to look like Voldemort, that was manipulating the shadowy appendages to reach the demon and kill it, since he knew that it had his sequence 4 parasite Beander characteristics. But since he looked like Voldemort, and used illusions to hide his wand movements while accentuating the real Voldemort's looks like Loki wand movements, it looked to everyone like the real Voldemort was actually controlling the shadowy appendages while Loki was defending against them very easily. Everyone was appalled at the sight. Their senses made them instinctively feel fear against the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, but when they saw Loki looking at them with a furious glare, they immediately put their wands down. That was when the real Voldemort, looks like Loki, spoke out in frustration. He's not me, you blithering idiots. I'm Voldemort. I'm the Dark Lord. Loki, on the other hand, is Voldemort, sneered and spoke calmly. Do you think simply claiming to be me would confuse them? Do you think they are idiots? Voldemort frowned, and he was very close to shouting that he really did think they were idiots if they had fallen for such a simple trap. But he soothed the anger in his mind a little and then looked at Bellatrix and spoke, except just as he was about to speak, he suddenly forgot what he was going to say, and instead of words coming out of his mouth, he only opened and closed it, puzzled about what he wanted to do. While in place of him, Loki, looks like Voldemort, spoke instead. Berthrud Jokins was the employee in the Ministry of Magic that we bewitched to learn more about the Triwizard Tournament. Bellatrix, who was until just recently looking at Loki as her real master, who she felt a strong connection in spite of being morphed into Loki by illusions, suddenly shook. The words buried deeply into her heart as she realized there was no real way that Loki could have known about the actions which not even most Death Eaters knew about, since they were conducted in absolute secret. The rest of the Death Eaters appropriately adopted her silence as acceptance and started to lean towards supporting Loki, who was acting like Voldemort. Loki had simply stolen Voldemort's thoughts about defending himself and acted out its contents himself instead. But it had come at a rather steep price, since Loki wasn't prepared for what Voldemort had done to his mind. Almost as soon as Loki finished his piece, he realized that his mind was suddenly devolving towards degeneration and corrosion. Since Voldemort's thoughts were protected by a layer of degeneration which Voldemort was using to stop or dampen Loki's mental attacks, when Loki stole his intent to defend himself, Loki also stole a part of the degeneration and corrosion barrier. And when this barrier came in contact with his own body of heart and mind, it started to spill everywhere and destroy everything about him almost instantaneously. Loki survived only because he stole the corruption as soon as he realized what was going on, turning it into a rune before storing it away for later use. Voldemort frowned deeply and looked at Loki, trying to understand what the boy was trying to do by doing this. How did he know that we kidnapped and used Berthrud Jokins when we used the appropriate anti-divination measures? What is he even trying to do? Is the boy just buying time? Or is his aim something else? Loki, on the other hand, after his sudden spook about being consumed by the degenerative and corrosive nature of Voldemort's barrier, was thoroughly enjoying pretending to be the Dark Lord. Looking at Voldemort, looks like Loki, Loki spoke once more, this time with a sneer on his face. Was that your last bet? You wanted to convince them that you were their true lord. Do you think they're idiots? I get that they might have betrayed me once, and I will punish them for that, but do you think they'll betray me twice? After they know that I am immortal. That I'm inevitable. Voldemort was about to speak but Loki interrupted without giving him a chance. Seriously. How naive. If you're trying to buy time to stop my advancement ritual, you should have just said so and I would have calmly waited until you died. Of course, you'd die very soon because I would have simply killed you by then. Voldemort's expression turned into a deeper frown. So he's after disturbing my ritual. How naive does he think he can command the devil by simply pretending to be me? The demon won't listen to anyone's orders but mine because I have a part of her with me. Naive. For the first time in a while, Voldemort looks like Loki smiled, and then stepped to the side while speaking. Why don't you show us how easy it is for you to advance your sequence, Lord Voldemort? I need a little rest myself after you pushed me to my brink. I'm sure I can defeat you once you grow even stronger. To others, it appeared as though Loki was mocking Voldemort because the shadow appendages suddenly grew in size and thickness as they rushed even faster towards the devil that was patiently waiting for the real Voldemort's orders. Voldemort appropriately attacked and stopped them using more corrupted trees but Loki doubled down even more. Loki was able to, calmly, control the shadowy appendages to such an extent only because he wasn't the one controlling them in the first place. Loki was just planting thoughts into Mr. A's mind and making him control the shadowy appendages forcefully using the thorns in the Ring of Harvest which were bound around his soul to increase his pain and make him cry in agony in case he didn't do what he was told to. Loki was only thinking in broad terms about what needed to happen. It was Mr. A who was actually working like a slave to make things happen behind the scenes. The Death Eaters wanted to cast curses at Loki for mocking their lord, but Voldemort's reminder about not attacking his prey held them back. Loki, listening to Voldemort's remarks, only smiled happily internally, while externally he looked at Voldemort like he was but a mere pest that could be squashed underneath his feet and started walking. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Voldemort's brows shot up as he looked at Loki. His aim is not the demon. Or is it because he knows that he cannot go close to it? But instead of arguing further, Loki calmly walked towards the frozen Harry Potter. Loki had long since realized that Harry could see through the illusion he'd created since Harry was using his eye of demon hunting, which showed him a somewhat true sense of reality based on intuition and experience. Yet, because Loki couldn't trust Harry's acting skills, Loki had frozen him using a simple immobilis. Harry could see that it was Loki who cast the spell on him, and hence he played his part by staying perfectly still and pretending as if the freezing charm was strong enough that it could stop him. However, even if Harry had actually tried to break it, he would have found that he was wholly inadequate to do such a thing because the spell was strengthened in ways he couldn't imagine using tips and tricks that Rowena had taught Loki through her books. The Death Eaters cleared the way as they watched Loki walk towards Harry while Voldemort stood behind him while doing nothing, not only because this would give him time to fix his teetering mental sanity, but also because he was interested in seeing what Loki wanted to do. Moving close to Harry, Loki pointed his wand at the boy and flicked it lightly. The freezing charm was suddenly lifted and Harry took in deep breaths as if he was starved of oxygen for all the time Loki had left him frozen. The Death Eaters all began to smile as they all wondered what Harry's fate would be since he'd been annoying them for a while now. They could neither attack him with lethal spells nor could they run away and allow him to interfere with the fight between Loki and their lord. Every Death Eater suddenly felt vindicated. Voldemort felt their giddiness, but instead of angering him it only reinforced his mind to punish them with blood when he got the chance. He felt a strong sense of disgust and wanted to do nothing but whip them until they paid for their sins in blood. But he didn't have the time for that. As soon as Voldemort even attempted to take a step in Loki's direction to attack the silly boy who gained popularity recently as one of the Triwizard champions, he suddenly felt immense danger. He felt such danger that his spirituality forced him to see a vision. His vision of the scenario in front of him was taken away and switched against his will to a dim scene much like the one he was in now, except as soon as he tried to attack Loki in it, He collapsed as his body suddenly fell to the ground and began to rapidly lose control. And soon after he found himself killed by a woman who stepped close to him and kicked him into a portal that looked like it was connected to an abyss even darker than the demonic abyss. Voldemort recognized what it was as soon as he saw what happened to his body when he was pushed inside it against his will, since he was too weak to fight back after whatever had just caused him to suddenly lose control. Everything about him was torn to shreds, his body ripped into pieces like a demon had sunk its claws into him and ripped him to shreds. But that wasn't the worst of it. Everything else, from his body of heart and mind to the astral and spiritual bodies, even his soul, had been similarly ripped apart, leaving no room or even a chance for resurrection. The void. Voldemort's eyes shook at the recognition. Irrespective of his shock, Voldemort was forced to return back to the real world, where he saw that Loki had increased the intensity of the shadow appendages attacking the demon, helping his advancement ritual. But Loki hadn't stopped there. No, Loki had increased the shadowy appendages to attack even the bodies that had been carefully prepared through near-continuous torture to become the perfect witnesses for his advancement ritual. Voldemort reacted immediately, in spite of his shock, as he conjured more and more degenerative trees to counter the shadowy appendages by pinning them using the special branches and roots that sprouted off of them. Specifically, he was using their degenerative and corrupt nature to decompose the shadows into fragments that couldn't do much on their own when Loki stopped controlling them, because he would not want to be corrupted through them. In the same breath, Voldemort got to work on figuring out how he could break the illusion Loki had created, as a question rang in his mind. Why is it so dangerous to attack the boy? How did he suddenly make me lose control? Is there someone else around him that is helping him? Tom. Is Tom helping him in some way? I can still feel his proximity. Is he still here? Did he never leave? That woman, Laura, if I'm not wrong. I remember sending Death Eaters to their home during the Second Great Wizarding War to capture her husband, but he went missing after obliterating the Death Eaters I sent after him. Is she here to take her revenge too? If she has a connection to the void, she's likely from the Arbiter pathway. Meanwhile, Harry, who was finally being allowed to stand up, quickly distanced himself from Loki while giving him a wary look to pretend like he was afraid of Voldemort. Haha, did you see that? The Wonder Boy is afraid. Could you guess that? The baby boy who is touted as the savior of the wizarding world is afraid of me. Loki said laughingly while making sure his voice and words sounded as annoying as possible to Voldemort. Loki looked at Harry and gave him a sneer. Has no one taught the two of you how to respect the person you duel against? Whenever you're dueling Potter, you are required to bow. Harry looked like he was forced against his will to bow. Nearly everyone saw how Voldemort made Harry bow so easily in spite of how much he had troubled them earlier, and became partly admiring and mostly fearful of his strength. Just because I went easy on your friend does not mean I will do the same thing for you. For you see, I hope to show everyone here today that you're nothing but a child that was puppeted. A child that was used by a man who you don't even know to do things that you cannot imagine. Harry was startled by Loki's words, so his reaction was genuine, even though no one could currently see them since he was bowing. Voldemort elsewhere was a little amazed at how well Loki played his part. He had truly wanted to make a display out of Harry today, so seeing Loki doing the same thing left him a little surprised. It was almost as if Loki could read his mind. Had he not been using the runes to stop any intrusions in his mind because it would corrupt anyone who would enter, Voldemort would have probably easily believed that Loki was messing with his mind. Let's have a proper duel. You may stand now, Loki said, flicking his wand back to let Harry straighten. Now lift your wand. Before Loki could even finish his sentence, Harry sent out a curse flying from his wand right into his face. Loki easily caught the spell with a Protega charm and deflected it right back at Harry, behind which were 3 more spells chained together. Harry quickly ducked and dodged since he couldn't use the shield spell because of the speed at which everything was returning to him, but Loki still didn't give him the advantage of even dodging, casting spells at Harry's feet as he talked rhythmically. You should respect your opponents while you duel. With Loki playing around with Harry for a few minutes, the Death Eaters started to laugh and make fun of Harry as he danced around on Loki's tune. The Death Eaters started to grow numb to the tension in the air as they all started having fun at Harry's expense, watching him dance as Loki controlled exactly how he was bending or dodging to make it look as hilarious as he could. They began pointing at Harry and then occasionally throwing their own spells once they realized that Loki was driving Harry towards them to give them the opportunity to work out their stress too. Of course, none of their spells ever hit Harry since Loki would give him just enough time to dodge. While to everyone it looked like Voldemort was just having fun, Loki wasn't having as much fun as everyone believed since his spirituality was running low after having to fight the real Voldemort for so long. He was only trying to delay time at this point to allow Laura to come over and take the stage he had prepared so well. I have a weapon that I can use to hurt him quite easily, but if no one follows up with a killing blow, it'll be useless to use it. Especially if he starts to morph into a mythical creature once he's hurt to defend himself. As the Death Eaters began to laugh more and more, however, Bellatrix's face morphed into a frown. Her wand arm twitched every few seconds and all of a sudden flicked to launch a curse at Loki. Loki sidestepped the spell without looking back as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The spell flew through the air and fell on another Death Eater standing on the other side. The Death Eater's eyes rolled back into their head and they almost instantly collapsed onto the ground as they tried clawing their way towards Loki, desperately reaching out for help. Everyone could hear the dying gasps the woman tried taking into her lungs. Yet Loki did nothing. He simply turned around and looked at Bellatrix. Everyone instantly pulled out their wands and trained them on Bellatrix while she kept her wand pointed at Loki. Her eyes remained fierce and her wand arm constantly trembled as if she was angry. Loki looked at her with raised brows and closed his eyes as he took in a deep breath through his nose for a second before he opened them and looked right at Bellatrix. "Give me a reason not to kill you immediately." Everyone looked at Bellatrix and she smiled as if she'd cracked a cold case lying unsolved for nearly a millennia. "I knew it." Knew what? "You're not my lord. I don't know what you've done. But you're not him. You're not my lord. You're a fake." Loki's forehead wrinkled but he calmly put down his wand even in the face of Bellatrix's threat as he spoke calmly, "Why do you think so?" Bellatrix's face grew a deep smile as she explained with wide eyes that looked at Loki with a maddening interest while she tilted her head back to look down on him. "My lord wouldn't give me an easy death. He would have tortured me for what I did. You did not. You were weak. You were pathetic." Loki frowned, wondering if his plan was going to be ruined and his cover was blown, but when he looked at Bellatrix using his spirit vision, he found that her thoughts were still confused. From the basic runes that he could manage to grasp in the flurry of emotions she was having, Loki found her wondering something strange. "Lord, where?" She was wondering where Voldemort was. Loki's eyes widened as he realized exactly what was happening. "And what do you propose have done to your lord?" "I don't know," Bellatrix shouted. "What about him? Is that not your lord?" Loki asked with a soft smirk as he pointed at Voldemort, who was still battling against the shadowy appendages while staying out of Loki's way since he was worried about being attacked in a way he could not retaliate against. To everyone's surprise, Bellatrix shouted, "No way. The Lord cannot lose, especially not to you. This is all an illusion. I'm sure of it." Loki contained his smile and spoke angrily. "You're a delusional witch." "Yes, I am. Because I am currently trapped in your illusion. I will not give up. Fight with me, everyone. It's him. He's the key for us to break out of this illusion." No one removed their wands from Bellatrix and they all looked at Loki to see if he would give them the order to kill her. Loki wanted to be ruthless, but he didn't have to. Almost as soon as he was about to give everyone the order to attack the witch, his intuition picked up on the arrival of another person at the edge of his vision. A tall lady with steady steps walked in through one of the alleyways. She first looked at the curtain of darkness set up by Sirius to contain the Fiendfire dragon, and then shifted to look at Loki disguised as Voldemort. She frowned for a few seconds but raised her hands nonetheless. For a few seconds, everyone was confused about what the lady wanted to do. But almost instantly, She dragged her hand down as if bringing down divine punishment onto the area. The degenerate and corrupt will die here. It took a few moments of silence for everyone to catch on to what the woman had just said since she spoke in pure Latin, but almost immediately everyone's eyes widened. Before they could react, an oppressive force, far greater than they could bear, pressed down onto their heads and shoulders, forcing nearly everyone present to the floor. Several masks cracked and shattered due to the force with which the Death Eaters hit the solid stone floor, along with several of them having the bones in their noses shattered as they flopped face first into the ground. Few Death Eaters that had reached to become demigods managed to hold themselves standing, but even they looked burdened, as if a single wisp could break their focus and concentration and force them to go splat onto the floor. Everyone on the floor looked at Voldemort, stretching their hands towards him while trying to mouth words for help. A few that could speak even tried their very best to get the message across. Road. He, LP. But Loki just stood there calmly, ignoring them all as his gaze swept past them without any pause, showing how little he cared about his supposed subjects. The hope in the hearts of the various Death Eaters that had remained ignited for the last few seconds started to die as they all realized that Voldemort was no longer going to help them. The woman's eyes hadn't left Loki, however, and she seemed to be scrutinizing to check if he was affected or was just unburdened. Loki too looked at Voldemort. And to Voldemort's credit, the woman's proclamation had done nothing. Even though Voldemort should have been regarded as the most corrupt and degenerate person amongst everyone here, Voldemort stood standing as if nothing was happening to him. Voldemort was truly only feeling like he was standing under a slightly strong shower. As such, he spoke directly with the woman. Was that supposed to do something? There was absolute silence amongst everyone there as the few Death Eaters still standing felt confused about why Loki was asking such a question to what appeared to be someone on his side. Clearly a lot of Death Eaters had been affected and were being pressed into the ground and close to death. What more could the boy want? That was a pretty cool and flashy entrance, Loki thought as he watched Laura walk closer to the stage that Loki had created with loud, resounding steps. As Laura walked closer, the effect of her proclamation started to increase, and without warning, the first sets of heads, closest to Laura, exploded like watermelons being crushed under a hydraulic press. Harry almost barfed when he saw the brains and other organs of the people explode outwards, while Loki managed to keep the nausea under control since he'd seen worse before when he was younger. The other Death Eaters on the floor all panicked that they would be the ones to die next. And so, with death in one hand and disobedience to Voldemort in the other, the Death Eaters all mostly chose to escape. Their thoughts were mostly the same: either they would bargain with Voldemort the next time they saw him, or escape to such a far corner of the planet that Voldemort would never bother with finding them. After the first pop that resounded in the silence, several other Death Eaters followed, creating a small amount of chaos for a moment before silence remained supreme again. But terrible, some of the pop *s had not been because of the Death Eaters teleporting away. Instead, some of them were because more bodies exploded, painting their entrails all around because Laura had already come pretty close. The ground around Voldemort had started to crack by this point, showing exactly how much pressure Laura was putting on Voldemort, and as Laura came closer, Voldemort was finally forced to react. The thick forest of trees, created in Voldemort's fight with Loki's shadowy appendages, started to expand and spread around as they supported each Death Eater that remained behind and prevented them from feeling any pressure. The tree itself buckled under the pressure that had shifted from the Death Eaters to itself, but it kept growing more and more wood around itself along with flesh to keep itself from completely crumbling. And it did its job of protecting everyone in the vicinity. The Death Eaters were joyful that their sacrifice hadn't been in vain, except seeing Voldemort also defend Loki with a tree caused all the Death Eaters to become confused for a moment. Why did the Lord protect him? And why was he attacked in the first place? Shouldn't she be attacking our Lord? Soon they noticed that Voldemort didn't even have a tree around him, and the ground around him hadn't even begun to crack even a little. This made it clear to everyone. They all realized that the Voldemort in front of them was Loki, and the Loki in front of them was really Voldemort. Almost instantly, everyone's wands shifted from being pointed at Bellatrix towards Loki. Loki just calmly smiled as he turned towards Laura and spoke with a small sigh, "Couldn't you have done it in a more stealthy manner?" Laura just gave Loki a short glance before rolling her eyes and turning to look at Voldemort, who was similarly looking at her with interest. "Was it this woman that killed me in those visions? Troublesome." Loki stopped sending the waves of shadowy appendages and dropped the illusion almost instantly, but he made sure to do it in front of everyone by breaking a mirror. He didn't want to reveal his true Beyonder powers, so he used this method to keep the suspicion off of himself and on some random mystical item. A healthy dose of manipulating the sea of collective subconscious. Later everyone believed the mirror to be the true culprit. Lerua's identity wasn't much of a well-kept secret between everyone in the Beyonder world. Much less the purebloods, who had all sorts of spies planted in various places in the Ministry of Magic. As such, they feared for Voldemort, who had until just recently been single-handedly handled by Loki. "You took your sweet time to arrive, didn't ya?" Loki said sarcastically while looking at Laura without even letting a hint of fear show up on his face in spite of the numerous wands that were directed at him. "There were too many flies trying to delay me from leaving." Laura only mumbled her response, but everyone heard her clearly. Loki nodded and looked at the Death Eaters surrounding him calmly. "Are you really going to try and fight me?" Loki asked, as if he was dealing with a chore rather than a life or death scenario. Bellatrix was the first one to smile, her mood visibly turned chirpy as she spoke in a sickeningly sweet voice. "What should I do with this pesky pest lord? Should I roast him to give to our friends? Should I make him beg for death? Or should I eat him alive?" Voldemort almost smiled when he heard that, but Loki frowned and spoke in a somewhat offended tone, "I'm not pig food." Bellatrix's smile froze at the underhanded insult. Her mouth opened and closed several times in the span of a few seconds, but no words came out. Loki quickly capitalized on it as he spoke with a humorous smile, "See, just like a pig, you don't even know how to speak." And before anyone could do anything to control the situation, Bellatrix flicked her wand towards Loki violently, sending a chain of unforgivables. Loki's eyes captured the spell chain as it traveled through the air perfectly. Yet he didn't move to dodge or defend against the spells, since Harry had already acted against her. But the remaining Death Eaters that had lived after Laura's entrance weren't weak-run-of-the-mill nobodies. Each was well trained in one form or another in magic, and they immediately moved to support Bellatrix by firing their own spells at Loki. Loki's eyes narrowed as he watched the barrage of spells flicker into existence as they slithered their way through the air, trying to race against each other to be the first to touch down on their target, him. With a single flick of his wand, Loki caused a cylindrical structure to appear around him from the ground, forming a defensive barrier for all the spells to land upon. With the Death Eaters losing sight of Loki, they all paid close attention to what was going on behind the barrier to understand what Loki was aiming to do next. A few used their spirit vision to try and gauge where Loki was through the walls, others tried to empower their spells to break through the simple defensive barrier easily so they could attack Loki even faster. Normally this wouldn't have been much of a big deal, since Loki was a sequence 5 and a lot of the Death Eaters were sequence 5, with some even being sequence 4s. Normally Loki attempting to fight them all alone would have put him at a severe disadvantage. But Loki wasn't normal. As soon as the transfigured wall rose up, Loki's eyes glimmered and he vanished from the spot he was standing on. In his place was a replica of himself, an illusion that had everything, a body of heart and mind, an astral body, almost everything a normal body would have. Once the barrage of spells landed, the wall immediately disintegrated and exploded, covering the area in a cloud of dust, making it hard for people without good spirit vision to be able to understand what was going on. Among all, Bellatrix was the first to spot the illusory Loki that Loki had left behind as she attempted to launch a new chain of spells towards him in anger. But it was at that moment when she was about to launch the spells that she realized that she had tunnel vision due to her anger towards Loki. She had missed something very important. And she was punished for it. Harry dodged the spells already launched by Bellatrix by diving in between them, narrowly dodging them as he landed right in front of Bellatrix. Harry slashed with the short knife that Dumbledore had given him, his hand flying through the air as it reached Bellatrix's head. Bellatrix dodged by taking a step backwards, but this was under Harry's calculations as his cold emerald rune-filled eyes watched her every movement like prisoners in a panopticon. Harry's arm adjusted appropriately as Bellatrix moved and the knife stabbed right into her head. But almost instantly Harry's mind rang alarm bells. There was no feedback. I didn't feel like I pierced through her flesh or skull. And Harry was right. Although there was a frown on Bellatrix's face, she had turned ethereal, existing purely as a projection right between the spirit-body state and the physical state. Harry's eyes traced out Bellatrix's figure to try and understand what was happening when he suddenly saw her lips move. A deep instinctual sense of fear grew in Harry's heart as he realized that this was a trap Bellatrix had planned all along. He quickly pushed strength into his legs to jump away, but Bellatrix was faster. Hollow. Bellatrix spoke in a deep tone. The language was unknown to Harry, but it clearly created an eerie feeling of death. Almost instantly Harry felt like something wrong was happening with his body. The feeling only compounded rapidly when he suddenly lost control of his body as his spirit was pushed out of it. His arms started to fall and go limp, dropping his wand and the knife Dumbledore had given him to the ground, while his body began to fall forward. Bellatrix's smile began to grow. Harry watched it all with his emerald eyes. They scanned every bit of his body and mind to find out how he could get out of whatever Bellatrix had done to him. As soon as he analyzed everything and came to a conclusion in his mind, his body began to transform rapidly. His legs, which were still connected to his spirit, expanded rapidly while becoming as thick as an ox. The rest of his body grew similarly. His eyes started to blend shut under his skin while a dark thick covering glazed over his body, tightening around it like a skin suit. Harry's muscles grew more and more pronounced while everything about him exuded a strong sense of danger and horror. Bellatrix, who had gotten the front seat of the transformation, was suddenly losing her footing as her body began to mutate and lose control. Harry's spirit body, which was originally being ripped out of his physical body, suddenly stopped and started to merge back with the transformed state. His body rapidly expanded with a bluish-black skin and well-defined muscles until they grew up to form a one-eyed giant that was about 4 meters tall. Harry had transformed into his mythical creature form to force his spirit body to anchor itself to his physical body, because the mythical creature form was a single body across all planes of existence. But being just a sequence for Harry's mythical creature form was incomplete, and that meant there were significant risks involved in using such a form. The first was that it would lead to madness and loss of control with each passing second it was used. Bellatrix, who was starting to lose control at the sight of the mythical creature in front of her, also countered the same way. Her body began to transform into a Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent that was made out of an illusory material that was neither spiritual nor physical. Illusory patterns and shapes marred each of the scales on her body. They were constantly shimmering as if baiting to attract the attention of those around them. The sudden sight of 2 uncompleted mythical transformations on the battlefield rapidly devolved it into a field of madness and corruption for everyone else. Death Eaters that were not demigods themselves started to rapidly lose control with no way to fight back or save themselves. Each one of them rapidly apparated away as they tried to escape with as little damage as they could while protecting themselves from the sudden influx of corruption. Loki, who was watching all this while constantly keeping the corruption out of his body by stealing it from himself, looked at it all with wariness. Only one last step left. Loki's eyes then settled on the demon that was still working to torture the humans prepared for Voldemort's advancement ritual. Voldemort and Laura paid no attention to the sudden transformation and reveal of random incomplete mythical creature forms. Since each step above the 4th sequence was a comprehensive step towards the divine. Voldemort and Laura instead continued watching each other unhesitatingly. Is this his new body? Laura glared at Voldemort. It seems to be much more cursed than it was a few decades ago. A body suited to his pathway. How foolish. Does he even recognize me? Laura frowned when she thought of that. Her hands trembled in anger and she clenched her fist shut, promising herself that she'd make the part man part demon pay for what he'd done to her husband. Loki's information about her husband's condition only worsened her anger towards Voldemort. It made her feel anger from the depths of her very being. She wanted Voldemort dead, and she would do anything to see it turn into reality. Especially when the very man in question was right in front of her. Voldemort, on the other hand, found himself hesitating for the first time in a while. His condition was too bad to continue fighting against a Sequence 3. It wasn't because he was any weaker than the person in front of him. It was because he was dealing with plenty of things already. His body of heart and mind was held back with sticks and duct tape after Loki attacked it with Dumbledore's corruption and his own special spell. Plus, Loki was still around. Voldemort could sense him prowling just outside his perception, waiting to swoop in like a hyena. But on top of it all, Voldemort had to keep an eye out for Tom returning to fulfill his warning too. As much as he hated it, Voldemort felt a little fearful of Tom. Not because he was worried about Tom being stronger than him, because Tom definitely wasn't even a demigod yet. Voldemort was worried because Tom knew things about him that no one else did. Things that could be used against him in ways that he could imagine very clearly because of his knowledge and mastery over dark magic. Voldemort left his thoughts for later and refocused his gaze on Laura as she walked closer to him in steady and unwavering steps. He'd fought his fair share of Arbiter Pathway Beyonders during the first wave of his reign of terror. He'd killed plenty more too. He remembered wiping away almost the entirety of the Bones family for rejecting the protection of his gracious umbrella. And yet, seeing Laura standing in front of him in such a fearless manner made him feel a tingling sense of excitement. Almost as if he was on the edge of something sharp. Anger, fear and grief. Voldemort noted Laura's emotions that were on full display. Leaving her body of heart and mind so exposed was clearly an inviting trap for Voldemort to step into. But there was only one person Voldemort feared fighting in the domain of the mind, and Laura wasn't even qualified to come near it. As such, with his eyes locked onto her body of heart and mind, Voldemort spoke with a menacing glare. Death. The word, spoken in Latin, emboldened by Voldemort's immense spirituality, transformed into a sharp formless weapon. And although completely invisible to everyone else, even Laura, the effects were instantaneous. Laura's skin started to flake and fall off along with clumps of her hair, while the blood in her body began to clot and clump as if she were really dying. It seemed like someone had taken a peeler and started skinning Laura bit by bit. Blood started to seep through the exposed layers of skin, as her body slowly became drenched in a shower of her own crimson blood that was clotting quicker than ever before as it started killing her. But there was no panic on Laura's face. Instead, her macabre blood-painted face stared right at Voldemort as she spoke in a bold tone. The language of foulness is a dead language here. Almost instantaneously, the rotting of her face died out. It looked like someone had pressed the pause button on the ability that Voldemort had used. It proved that Laura was strong enough to contend Voldemort at his current best. Except that wasn't all that Voldemort had done within those few moments. Voldemort had surgically placed a defiling seed within Laura's body of heart and mind. And Laura only noticed this when Voldemort smirked before whispering, "Explode." Except, as anger and grief, the emotions that were amplified due to the defiling seed to try and destabilize her, were almost immediately countered when Laura simply flicked her hand and caused the dangerous bomb to become confined by illusory walls in her body of heart and mind. Laura had just used Confine, an ability which allowed her to strip away her target from the real world, sealing them away so that they could no longer interact with anything outside. Voldemort's smile faltered a little and slowly morphed into a frown when he saw Laura only looking at him with the same deadpan expression underneath which anger and violence simmered. That was when Laura stretched her hand and dragged it backwards as if she were pulling something over Voldemort, like shrouding him in a blanket. What happened next wasn't visible to anyone else apart from Loki and Laura. Voldemort's eyes narrowed as he felt the effect of what Laura had done. He had almost instantly lost a bunch of abilities. 6 to be precise. Laura had dragged her hand and used the same confinement ability to seal away Voldemort's abilities by imprisoning them behind illusory walls that prevented Voldemort from interacting with them any longer. Voldemort lost his ability to breathe, see and hear. Along with the mundane, Voldemort lost his ability to transform into a devil, his ability to manipulate emotions, and the most important of all, his danger premonition ability. Laura had clearly come up with a plan, since that wasn't the only difference. In the same motion she used to seal away Voldemort's abilities, Laura also sealed off an entire domain from being able to interfere in a small area around herself and Voldemort. It was the domain of greed, desire, and corruption. Almost instantly the trees that Voldemort had summoned started to die out. Even the ones that were being used to pin Loki's shadowy appendages in place. Voldemort was stripped of most power and authority. Even still, Voldemort, all things considered, was actually very calm. As if he'd expected such things to happen. And with his next moves, Voldemort reassured the world that he wasn't done yet. He extended his hand in Laura's direction, sensing her emotions, even though he could no longer manipulate them with the help of his Beyonder abilities. And he wasn't even after manipulating them, since several cursed abyssal flame swords erupted out of nowhere, hundreds, all hovering around him, waiting to be dropped like a guillotine on a noble's neck. Looking at the swords, Laura didn't panic. She calmly extended her own hand as if waiting for the first shot to be fired. She had already set her part of the stage. Voldemort's abilities had been sealed and he had lost part of his authority through his connection to the Mother Tree of Desire, since Laura had sealed away the corresponding domain. Being a saint, being unable to breathe wasn't a big deal, and Laura knew that. But with her biggest weapon being her own body strengthened by advancing through the sequences, Laura wanted to engage Voldemort in close combat so that she could knock all the air out of his body and force him to breathe. But with Voldemort summoning several abyssal swords, it was clear he was going to try and run Laura's stamina down without moving from his place by having her fight the barrage created by them. Laura's fist tightened in response. Even though Voldemort had responded appropriately, Laura wasn't shaken, because she had thought of this day multiple times in her head. She knew she wanted Voldemort dead, and she made sure that no matter what happened when she met him, she would leave him in a state worse than dead. Taking a stance, Laura's fierce determination shone through her eyes. It was clear that the tension was going to snap at any moment, with Laura going to try and engage Voldemort in a close combat fight. Now, Laura vanished from her position, leaving behind sonic booms as she reappeared in a flash right in front of Voldemort. And given that Voldemort couldn't sense her through his normal senses, he was a little late in realizing where she was, except even though Voldemort was a little late, he was too fast for Laura. Before Laura could release the punch she'd cocked up for his chin, Voldemort stabbed his bone wand into Laura's neck. Of course, it didn't go through since the wand itself was weaker than Laura's body, but it did leave her open to any spell he would use. Loki's eyes widened when he saw Laura's speed and the posture the battle had frozen in when the two saints stopped. "Hey, that's my move, you freak. Don't copy me." Loki wanted to scream. Laura dodged Voldemort's wand at the last second, causing the wand to pierce her shoulder instead. To prevent Voldemort from exploding her shoulder or directly killing her using the killing curse, Laura quickly kicked Voldemort in the chest with enough force to separate from him and create some distance. "Can't even aim for a blind man," Voldemort taunted, his lips taking on a smirk as he aimed for more. "Even that kid before you was a tougher opponent." Voldemort. Even though he couldn't use Beyonder means to manipulate Laura's emotions, he could still say things that were going to hurt her, and so he didn't hold back. "Have you come to avenge your dead husband? Then don't worry, I shall send you right to him. You can tell him exactly how you failed once I defile your corpses and throw you into the abyss along with your husband for the demons to have fun with." Laura's eyes reddened as her clenched fist shook with fierce energy flooded into her system by anger. And before anyone could understand what was happening, the scenario devolved into an unbridled play of chaotic energy. Loki did his best to keep track of the fight using his immense calculative abilities, but even he was finding it hard to keep up. All he could normally see otherwise were the sudden sparks and bright flashes of light that rushed around from place to place as the flaming abyssal swords either missed Laura entirely and stabbed into the earth, cleaving a trench so deep into the ground that it looked like a portal to the abyss, or Laura forcefully grabbing them out of the air and freezing them to create ice swords before using those same ice swords to try and skewer Voldemort by launching them back at him as projectiles. Laura fought against the flying swords, each clash and clang sending reverberations through her body as if she were striking diamonds. Yet even though her body ached as it fought through the degradation that Voldemort induced into it with each strike by controlling poisonous flames, Laura kept pace. Laura looked like a fiery tank that cared not for her own fragility as she rained down blow upon blow onto Voldemort. And in a few seconds, Voldemort started to try and create some distance between them. Not because he was weaker or feared Laura, but because the woman was just being too forceful. His slowly degrading mental condition was already slowing down his responses, but Laura's continuous blows tired his body too. Being an arbiter, Laura had immense physical strength, and she didn't hold back when using it, making sure each muscle in her body was focused on the singular cause of deleting Voldemort in every single strike that she unleashed. In Voldemort blocked with a sword, she'd aim to cleave through the object her used to block her and then cleave Voldemort himself. If Voldemort dodged and switched himself with a sword, she'd push herself closer to him irrespective of the abyssal swords burning her to make sure his dodge was wasted. It was the dance of a mad, rabid dog. One which cared not for its own self and desired total death and destruction upon its enemy. Eventually, Voldemort was tired of it and decided enough was enough. He directed the several flaming abyssal swords around him to barrage Laura without giving her a break, much like she was doing to him. If the fight wasn't going to be based on skill, Voldemort was not kind enough to try and defeat Laura using skill. Instead, he showed her just how underpowered was against him. So Voldemort laid a clear trap. Voldemort made a single pathway to reach him through the barrage of swords that were being rained down upon Laura. Laura could only reach him if she destroyed all the flaming swords. Meaning she could only reach Voldemort dead, tired and exhausted from having fought meaninglessly against all that Voldemort had to offer before she reached him. It was a simple trap, one that even Loki recognized because of how blatantly open it was. It looked like asking a human to pull the trigger to their own death. But to Voldemort's excitement and Loki's shock, Laura moved closer and closer towards Voldemort. Not by thinking of a clever solution to skip the problem that Voldemort had set up, or even using some special ability to make it easier. Laura looked like she could only see the way through the flaming swords that Voldemort was showing her. Her eyes were focused like she was a mad bull being shown red. And her body moved through the pattern that Voldemort exposed to her as she did everything in her power to reach Voldemort. This wasn't a completely out-of-field response, since if Laura outlasted Voldemort in his trap, she would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. And since Voldemort had already slowly started corrupting her with the help of the abyssal swords, she was forced to act quickly, even if it was a brutal way, since wasting time searching for a plan and implementing it would only waste valuable time in which she would be corrupted even further. She even had to make sure that the seed of defilement within her didn't break out of confinement. And on top of it all, Laura had to make sure that Voldemort didn't overpower her confinement of his abilities. If he was able to regain even one of his Beyondner abilities, the fight would be decided very easily and would become one-sided. Woman. Loki was tense and worried. Partly because he'd come to admire Laura a little, and also because he had a good rapport with her since she let him do as he pleased with his wishing well stalls in Nocturne Alley. But mostly because if Laura went down, his task to advance to Sequence 4 would become that much exponentially harder. Things probably aren't that simple, right? Laura has a plan, right? Loki thought, whlie clipping his nails with worry. She probably has a plan and this is just bait. Right. The stakes were high and Loki knew it. Should I do it then? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.